This is book number 4, Anastasia Adrift, PNW Affliction series, narrated by yours truly, Mr. Chance Paladin. This is an urban and oceanic survival story. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the author, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living, dead, or actual events are purely coincidental. Content advisory is as follows. I write post-apocalypse books. Therefore, portions of these stories are intended for mature audiences. Romance level. There is about as much romance as you would expect in a typical post-apocalypse scenario. Explicit sexual acts were included or germane to the story and not intended to be gratuitous or fetishized. There isn't really any hard swearing worse than what you'd hear on cable, and there's a moderate range of violence as would be expected in a post-apocalypse story. However, the suffering aspects are not deliberately glamorized or embellished upon. Forward. I think sooner or later in life everyone's going to feel like they're lost or like they would just like things to hurry up. I think that's either misunderstanding or misreading your senses. I think what's really going on is your body's telling you to pay attention to these exact current moments, telling you to prepare for what's coming next, so that you're as ready as possible for when the next thing comes, because you can't be ready for everything. Chapter 1. Waking up. Home. Stronghold 8 months after the collapse. Late summer. I wasn't sure how long I'd been asleep, but I awoke to a cat scratching at the door that wouldn't stop. I tried to block it out, but something about the futility of claws on steel that won't quit gets you awake. I opened my eyes and remembered I wasn't in my tiny home on the farm anymore, but a little ways out on the Pacific, in a luxury super yacht. That was dead in the ocean. What was I doing out here again? I couldn't remember, and then I started to drift back off to sleep. Then an alarm started blaring from all directions at once. Chapter 2. To the Ruins. 2 days prior. It was going on 3 months after the Combination Plaza incident. They were fine out at the plaza now, by the way. We trained their security up a bit with the new mindset they had. We also got them some great little goats. They were able to beat the Nettles back. Then they were able to start safely harvesting their food to make whatever they could. The kids could play outside and again and all that. You could say life had gotten back to pretty decent normal for them. We still visit them once a month for training, but it is nice not having to be as concerned about their safety now. With that new peace of mind, we were able to start other projects. The 2 raiders they converted told us of abandoned buildings their group had stashed supplies at near the ocean. These were supplies they had gathered along the way, but weren't able to hold on to, sort of like nomadic looters in a scout group for a larger marauder group. We notified the local zone, we set up a mission, and I got to go. We traveled up to the next zone up right at daybreak after breakfast like we usually did. We only took 2 trucks this time since we didn't need the full group. We were more concerned at this point over the growing risk of our fortified hamlet getting attacked than an ambush. Either scenario was a potentially really bad situation, plus fuel was starting to run a little low. We had some treated fuel and even had been able to reactivate some, but the supply was still low. So the choice was made to only take 2 trucks and leave 4 of ours at home for extra defense. We'd been able to run a properly serialized convoy before, but to be honest, 2 vehicles was usually enough if you stayed the correct distance apart. Only concern was that each vehicle had to have enough room to handle the other if a vehicle went down, so we usually had 2 vehicles covering us, could do basically whatever we needed to do, flank, cover, you name it. Took maybe about 3 hours to get to the next zone's hamlet, zigzagging around the overpasses where we could. We got within radio distance and our comms guy radioed ahead. We received the proper codes back, challenge passwords, etc., so in we went. It was about lunchtime, so we filled them in on the total plan. Mostly the parts we couldn't share over the still few remaining volunteer-operated ham radio repeaters. The guys liked the idea and put together a combined team for a change of pace. We included a few folks from our group, and that was that. The rest would stay behind and help cross-train and make an afternoon of it. Then we had some cross-functional events planned for tomorrow, then we'd head home after lunch. It should be pretty fun. It was scheduled that way so people going on the scouting mission wouldn't miss the cross-training and people staying behind wouldn't miss out on what happened. We alternated who sat in whose truck in order to bond and headed out. We only took 2 trucks to investigate the alleged building, as their zone was no less insulated and thus an equal concern of being raided from the other side. It was simply a different group from the nearby city-state that could potentially raid them is all. So, while we're gone, they would all cross-train on defenses, tactics, and help with the guard duty until we got back. Then, when we got back, there was an event planned, and I couldn't wait. They never told us what the events were, but they had a big empty building set up where they practiced room clearing. That was always a lot of fun for me. Maybe they even had come up with some new threat role-playing scenarios, who knows? It was always a lot of fun to share new threat situations that each of the zones came up with to throw at each other. There had only been one observation of note during the trip. There was an overpass into a brief tunnel which had been overhauled as a defensive position. Underneath the overpass there had been defensive crawl spaces created as well on both sides. It was fairly well concealed and you wouldn't know until it was too late and you'd be driving into a complete kill zone. Probably originally had a vehicle that they would trap people in with, and then the ambush would pop off. Further into the tunnel they had rigged some parachutes that could spring down with people inside, presumably with machine guns, and finish off anyone who tried to come out and create a perimeter. And emplacement in the front looked like it was set up for a squad automatic weapon to direct fire into the engine compartments. Even on most armored vehicles, it was rare to have armored engine compartments. Anything bigger than 5.56 rounds shred enough components to shut down a vehicle within 30 seconds. Pushing that out of my mind, I helped the other zone take detailed notes and pictures, and their CO could figure out what to do with it later. It was out of the way of everything, so thankfully it had never been an issue for our side's normal patrols. It was just here presumably to protect their cache, and as a forward point, and to pull people into ambushes if they ever established themselves. My recommendation to the local team CO was to dismantle the ambush components, but to make sure it didn't compromise the structure prematurely. I know they needed time to think about it, and that was fine. It was a tough thing to think about. I sure didn't expect such an elaborate macabre design here. We swept the area one more time and then took a quick bio break, then proceeded to finish our journey to the ruin that the converts had described to us. Within an hour or so we got to the ruins near the ocean. Chapter 3, The Ruins Search, a few hours ago. The initial search of the ruins revealed no apparent traps, and we had indeed found some loot. The buildings had been largely ignored in the past due to the upper levels being exposed to the elements and not looking safe. However, the upper levels were safe, but slightly radioactive, which was strange. The mercs marked their caches with radioactivity, apparently. Not a heavy dose, but definitely enough to notice with a Geiger counter. We obviously didn't have something obscure like that on hand, so we had to borrow one. So, prior to the mission, had to go to the hub and ask around, return to the hub in 30 days, and voila! From the top of the abandoned building, we saw a ship far off in the distance. We were an inland group, but I asked the local zone if they kept any boats with them. They said there was a dock nearby, but the other side had taken all the boats a long time ago to bolster their already considerable fleet. What the local team did carry with them were inflatable Zodiacs, and they wanted to know why I was asking such a weird question. I emphasized that I wanted to know what the deal with the boat out at sea was, and they said it was a ghost ship. I said, a ghost ship? Like how? I proceeded to get told about the ship by 2 of the guys from the local zone. They said the story goes like this. The Pacific Northwest Local Tourist Organization used to have 4 ships, and one day all 4 were lost at sea. They were ships that used to tour people around all the islands, like tour yachts, basically. Well, right around when the collapse happened, there was a big tropical depression. You see? Well, you know. His friend interjected, the Pacific Northwest doesn't get hurricanes, they get tropical storms. Right, I said, having lived here my entire life and thus already knew this anecdotal fact. I tried not to sound annoyed, though. Anyway, the original gentleman continued with the story. So people were outdoors and still trying to go to work during the storm. They were trying to pretend like nothing was going on, even though there had been some weird brownouts and the protests all seemed to be getting worse. But then the storm came, and these 4 luxury yachts were lost at sea, who knows where, presumably destroyed. The other man interjected again in almost a contradictory manner, mumbling, "Nothing around here natural could have destroyed those ships." The original gentleman continued, "So, all of a sudden a few months ago, that ship right there," then he points at the ship, "just shows up out of nowhere and drops anchor. Nobody comes, nobody goes, that's it. I look at both of them and raise an eyebrow, and they look at me like I believe them but don't believe them. And then I jump right into the question. So, who wants to go with me and see the ship?" They both backed up and stumbled on some rusting exposed steel before regaining their composure. "Never mind," I said, trying not to chuckle. We're slated to be with you guys another day or two. If we get this loot to your zone's operating area, can we borrow a Zodiac and check out the ship, please? We can still get wrapped up and be back in time." They looked at me for a second, embarrassed, then one of them glared to overcompensate. I half expected some kind of comment about how I wasn't wearing a fixed blade on the front of my kit or something, which made me less combat effective. I simply didn't like to have a knife on me where someone could easily grab it. If it was hanging out easy for me to grab, it would be just as easy for anyone else. That's why I had varying sizes of folders tucked away and my concealed fixed blade right where I needed it, if I ever did. They could make the argument that we were all carrying our sidearms, but most of us had holsters that had a 2-stage draw system that made them extremely clumsy for anyone other than us to draw them. By the time someone tried to grab the pistol and failed, they would have to answer to the blade, after which they would be dispatched within a few seconds of being able to take a step back and safely drawing. This same blade argument was constantly had on ships, and I saw him eyeing me as I thought through the discussion. He really wanted to deflect his embarrassment somehow, even though he didn't need to. I could see it now. "Well, what if something caught my left arm? I wouldn't have anything to cut with. I needed to have a knife centrally so I could grab it in the V-shape I made with my hands." Yeah, in a perfect world where nobody would try to grab it, I thought in my head, reflecting my thoughts inward. I thought quickly and started fiddling with my gear and did a quick gear check to make sure I had everything. Everyone else sensed the moment and started gear checking as well. This eased the tension of the situation. One of the people on the other team thought for a second and said, "Actually, come to think about it, the ship actually has been on our to-do list to clear for a while. You would go clear it for us? You actually want to go out there?" "You bet," I responded. "I don't know much about ships, but it seems nice and quiet, and radio should reach out that far. Let's haul this stuff back and get the Zodiac. I'll go take a look out there unless someone else wants to come with me." I looked around and everyone looked at me like I was joking. "I thought we were a team," I said sarcastically as I could. "Well, we are a team, but none of us are Marines or Navy or even Coast Guard. We don't get on boats unless we have to." They all laughed. I guess it was more military humor. Then they said, "We definitely have some guys that fit some of those criteria at base, though." So I said, "Okay, I tell you what, let's take this stuff back to the vehicles and get the Zodiac. Then I'll set out to the ship with some supplies. You guys can go back to base and try to see if there are any Navy or Marines or Coast Guard or salty fisher folk that would want to come hang out with me tomorrow. I'll secure the site this afternoon, get some rest, then tomorrow work with whoever shows up on trying to salvage it." "Sounds good," they said, and I looked at our CO and he shrugged and nodded, and that's all it took was for approval and a plan. So we got the loot back to the trucks, and there was an entire case of AR and 7.62 ammo, case combo, prepper meals, and some various night vision equipment, including some very high-end looking nods, IR lasers, and matching scopes. I saw some 5.56 ammo in there and thought about asking for a box, but I probably had enough. I always traveled with 6 loaded mags plus one on my rifle and about half a box in my pack. Plus, they said nobody had come or gone from the ship since they'd noticed it, so I wouldn't need more ammo. Everything would be fine. I was like a one-man recon patrol, so I'd go in light. Looking at the big loot pile, there was enough to share between both teams. This lightened the mood significantly. There were even a couple pairs of binoculars in that crate, and they knew I didn't have a pair that worked with glasses, so they gave them to me. I checked it out, felt the weight, and put it in my bag. I handed back my prior pair, which were decent, but made me go cross-eyed. Someone else with better eyes that knew how to focus the lenses could put them to better use. The pair I had could fold in to be compact and were about 4 times power. They were very durable, but just didn't work very well for my glasses. This new pair, however, was amazing. After the gear was all loaded, they helped me get the Zodiac to an old concrete launch pad and helped me get it set up. They had an air compressor that they powered off a portable car battery jump starter that made it super easy. The Zodiac had a decent little 4-stroke motor on it, and they showed me how to use it. I always had my 72-hour bag with me, so I was ready to go. Before I left, though, one of the guys said, "Here, take these." He tossed me 4 prepper combo meals. I thought that was very cool of him, considering we just got half a case of them. I didn't look to see which ones they were because I wanted it to be a surprise. This way I could save some of my food for emergencies. Thanks so much, this is awesome. I wasn't worried about water because I carried various water purification systems with me, so this food was really great. I put the food in my bag too. I always kept a little room in case of extra goodies I might find. I did a quick radio check with them. They responded. We all nodded, and away I went. Chapter 4, to the yacht. Midday, day 1. As I motored my way to the ship, I realized over the water that objects over the water are always like 4 times further than they appear. Also that it's colder over the water. I tucked the throttle grip under my arm and dug through my backpack to get my snow hat. I found it near the bottom and put it on, then put my contractor cap away. Would hate to have my beloved cap blow away, as caps often did on boats. There were now a few things laying on a bench of the boat that I had to take out. The combo meals were trying to slide off, so I put those in my bag. The binoculars were there too. I carefully unpackaged them and in between looking ahead and found the strap, put it around my neck. There. They are now secure and not taking up room in my pack, I thought to myself. Shit. Crap. Then I zipped up my pack and put it over my back. That helped a lot. I zipped up my thermal hoodie, which involved trying to maneuver the hood under the binocular strap. I curled my hood under and eventually got the strap on the outside of my hood. I pulled my hood up over my snow hat after that and drew the straps tight. I was much warmer now than I realized. I didn't have a life jacket on. I thought for a second and realized it didn't matter because it wasn't like anyone could save me. Oh, and the Pacific Ocean was cold. That's also why I had my backpack on. I never really took it off. Setting it down even for a second meant it could get lost, forgotten, or stolen. When I was in high school, kids loved to steal backpacks. As I got older, people liked to leave backpacks around with bombs in them, or they would pull fire alarms, so there would be mass shootings. So I basically wore my backpack everywhere. I hated being without it. It had always been my get-home bag. It stayed with me everywhere because, It stayed with me everywhere because who knows if the fire department said, "You can't go back in the building," then I'd be stuck. I could never be stuck. I always needed a way out. If I was going to be in the water, I was dead anyway. I remember staring in between the docks at the Puget Sound as a kid, thinking if I fell in, I would literally be instantly killed, and nobody would dare come in after me. Barnacles everywhere had made the experience extra frightening as a child. What logic said was only water looked like liquid death surrounded by nature's barbed wire. The funny thing is, it was the same water as all the other parts of the water that we just walked right in. That was 50 or so degrees, so I thought about it and chuckled to myself, wondering in the present if a sneaker wave was going to come out of nowhere and high-five me to my perceived instant death. I chuckled again and kept puttering along, realized I'd never even driven a boat or raft alone before. Several times with others, never alone, and yet here I was, Welcome to the new normal. I realized I had the new binoculars around my neck and decided to look at the ship since I was a little bit closer. So, with that, I zoomed in with my binos. I looked up top first to see if the radio antenna was rotating around, and it was not. I guess that means no power. I looked up to see if the port anchor was up, and it still was. I assumed that the starboard anchor was down since port was facing towards the beach and the waves would be trying to pull the vessel in. I looked on the deck to see if there were people, and there were none. I looked for life rafts, and at least the ones on the side I could see were all there. Even though the radio antenna wasn't rotating, I decided to set my radio's second channel to listen to the International Maritime Hailing and Distress Frequency anyway, just in case. Of course, it didn't pick anything up, but I was on the water now, so I may as well have that channel plugged in. When I had originally set off from the beach, the water was completely flat and calm. That's always how the water was in the harbor, and that was completely the point of sheltered sound. There was a barrier of rocks that made the giant artificial reef that kept the waves down to absolutely nothing. That is what made this place such a popular destination for everybody local. Everyone from warmer climates thought we were all ridiculous, but oh well. I was passing the breaker now and was maybe a quarter-mile out from proper land. Immediately I was launched into real waves. They were to my left, angrily smashing into the rock border, and some of them were coming to me, testing to see me if I was worthy of coming out to the ocean. I guess if I had any last doubts, the breaker would have been my only realistic chance at turning around. I was passing the breaker now and was maybe a quarter-mile out from proper land. Immediately I was... excuse me. I couldn't actually use the rocks for safety, of course. It would take years to climb back to the shore on the rocks, and a wave would be able to knock me off by then. Or I'd slip, or the barnacles would get me. I didn't have the right kind of gloves or shoes. I took a second to scan back and followed the breaker back to land, and it seemed like it stretched for miles. I'd never seen it from this side before. I'd only ever been out on the Sound before and on lakes, never on real waves on a boat this small. Anything larger, and I'd always been on the big ferries. I tried to angle my Zodiac into the waves. This was definitely causing me a bit of anxiety, like all the other things I've been doing, though. I just sort of accepted it. I didn't like this by any means, but what I did like was overcoming obstacles. This was definitely something I could check off my bucket list. Before this, there was no way to really try any of these things. Nobody ever wanted to, always other priorities. They weren't bad things, there was just no way to do absolutely everything. My mind bumped back to the current situation. The waves were maybe 3 to 4 inches high, which was enough to where the spray was getting into my raft. Literally, if the waves were any higher, I would be in trouble. Thankfully, it was a calm day and not windy. It was the summer here, and this was about all the worst it got until there was a storm. I honestly couldn't tell if I was getting any closer to the yacht. It looked a little closer as I rocked over each wave and the salty water sprayed around. I'd maybe been on my way for 20 minutes now or something. I got out my binoculars and looked and still didn't see anything different on the ship. But the ship looked closer in the binoculars. I guess that meant I was closer. I stopped looking at the ship through the binoculars, though, because it was too bumpy, and decided to just bunk through the waves. It had been maybe 5 minutes since I'd passed by the artificial reef, which was a quarter mile, so maybe the ship was a mile out or a little less. I probably had another half hour. Started to get the bonks and air splashes while I waited for a thought to pop into my head. First, I thought about the last luxury mega yacht I had been on. It was one of this ship's sister ships, or brother ships, when I was a kid. It would tour the Sound, and I think my school booked it so we could celebrate completing our school year or something to that effect. We would come down to the city fairly frequently to either visit the zoo or the aquarium, since it wasn't too far of a drive, and then one time, to our surprise, the event coordinators had booked one of the yachts. As I bonked from wave to wave, I recall the ship having room for a few vehicles in the hulls and an arcade and a dining hall. That's about all I remember, and that had been a long time ago. I think the dining hall had a bar, dance floor, and some poles and a DJ table and stuff, though I was far too young for some of that to really register. I assumed the ship would be similar, but maybe more feminine. I don't really remember a lot about it, but as I grew older, I had really distanced myself from the city and moved further south. That move had drawn me away from this part of the Pacific and closer to some of the larger rivers, which had different large recreational ships. There was a dinner cruise, one with a giant wheel, and a speedboat fleet that was extremely fun, and a dinner yacht that I'd never been on. They were all river-based, though, and I had really missed the ocean. That's all I really could remember, and bumped past the waves and the spray as the sun kept moving overhead, and I thought more about the fuel slowly burning in the Zodiac's respectable engine and how screwed I would be if the engine would suddenly die. I looked down and there were no oars or anything. There was some rope, which was good. I would need that for sure because I realized I had no idea how I was going to dock with the ship at all. This is going to be great, I sarcastically thought. However, I remained optimistic. And with pushing my thoughts out of my head for now, I kept trying to keep my beefy raft angled with the waves, but still angled to where the big cruise yacht was. The luxury yacht kept slowly getting bigger. I continued counting the waves and salty spray splashes and eventually caught close to where I could start to see the details of the vessel. It was maybe 100 sprays since I started counting, and the ship was getting to be a pretty big size. I got nervous with anticipation building and counted another 50 salty splashes. I was able to coax the anxious feelings aside because nothing indeed was happening on the ship. I rationalized it to myself that there was going to be nobody on the ship and that everything was going to be fine. Every time I squashed that, though, a little peep inside of me would say from the back, "How did it get here and then stay here?" Well, I assumed that the guys just didn't know the whole story, and that was my job. I considered zapping the Zodiac to take a break and scan it from afar. It'd be nice to have something to eat and take a longer look at the vessel. As I putted along, I realized I might not have enough fuel to make it back if for some reason I changed my mind. I had no idea. I always overthought things. I decided the best thing to do was to head towards the stern and then rotate around the ship clockwise to find the docking area. I counted another 25 or so waves and got close enough to where I could specifically angle towards the stern of the ship, so I did. Everything looked fine as I headed around, structurally in terms of the hull being free of damage. I did notice that there started to be some rust stains, though, when the waves would be low. I looked up at the stern and saw Anastasia proudly written, and it made me smile. "I finally found you, Anastasia," I said to myself. I started my clockwise circle around the port side after glancing at the rear of the ship, never really having stopped. The maneuver was more of a sort of carefully spinning the craft in a circle as the ship had been protecting me from the ocean's wake. I kept inspecting the hull for damage and saw none, but kept seeing more rust. All of the rivets had begun to have rust around. I did a rough and uneducated estimate that the ship must have been out in the ocean without any care for at least the last 9 months or so without any love. I kept performing my inspection as best as I could and kept seeing more and more rust, with rust running down. It was very sad to see the ship in this state, and I know it needed to be taken into the harbor and cleaned up. I realized, though, that there was no way to dock the ship here without us being an instant target. The other side still had a navy of sorts, and it was only getting larger. I tried not to think about that, though, because it didn't make any sense for the vessel to be sitting here unmolested then. Why hadn't they come aboard and absorbed the ship into their navy? I guess because it was haunted. Ooh, so spooky. Maybe the original passengers had thought they could simply live out here and ride it out of the collapse or something. But it had been a while. I suspected something else was going on. Something I hadn't thought of. Had the other zone guys provided any other clues? No, I guess not. Only that the ship was haunted, and it is planted here now with no movement. I guess I was going to find out. I looped around the bow and looked up. This is where the ship took on a more feminine shape with two curvy paths that extended out in front of the ship on an upper deck. They were sort of like pincers on a crab, I mused. I imagined people being able to walk out to look down into the water as the ship motored along. It must have been amazing. I estimated the yacht at 3 stories high, not including the whole storage. I tried to guess the length, and it seemed to be somewhere around 400 feet. That puts it on the large end for yachts, but I had seen much bigger online before the collapse. Also, I'm recalling those huge, horrifying budget cruise liners being around 1,000 feet, so in that regard, this luxury yacht looked very proportionate and tasteful size-wise. The hull would no doubt be full-size, and of course the roof. I would try to check out the roof, the top deck later, if there was one. I imagine that it was an open top floor. I think I'd seen at this sharp angle the faint outline of a railing up there. I would need to secure this whole ship, of course, to make sure it was safe for everyone to come on board. As I finished coming around to the port side, I look up at the beautiful writing again. Anastasia. It said in cursive. It had an elegance to it that was very regal and defiant. I think it was the last to be made in its product line, so it had every last upgrade they could possibly fit, as well as every lesson learned. Now, on the starboard side, I went under the anchor and noted that it had dragged out quite a way. That told me that the ship had been anchored here for quite a while. I finally saw how I could dock. The ship had a built-in boat ramp of sorts, which I thought was very cool. I finished my sweep of the starboard side of the ship and circled back around to the boarding ramp. There was even more rust on this side of the ship, having been exposed to the brunt of the elements. Seeing no major damage, though, told me it was as safe as I could possibly discern from the water. I would need to board to try to notice any further damage. I let off on the throttle and gently coasted to the built-in boat ramp that the Anastasia had. I tied one side of the rope off to my Zodiac using a cleat hitch knot. First, I wrapped the line under the cleat, which looked like a bit of a T. I made sure that the rope went under the horn, the pointy part, and thus under the back far side first. This is to make sure that when the rope comes up and around, it's perpendicular to the boat. This makes sure if the boat tries to pull away and the rope is immediately pulling against the base, this is what gives the knot its strength. I made sure to keep the rope less than a 90-degree angle to where the boat was going to be, so nothing came undone. Then I turned the rope 3/4 of the way around the base of the cleat, being careful to not cross over the line that is going to attach to the ship's receiving post. Then I lifted the rope over the cleat, crossing the top, and wrapped through it under the horn. At this point, the knot begins to look like a figure 8. Then I pulled the rope over the top of the opposite cleat horn, which crossed the line I just made. This was the tricky part, and I had to make a loop with the rope so that the knot wouldn't go all crazy on me later when it came time to undo it. So I made a final half twist with the rope counterclockwise to make a loop and put that loop around the horn and pulled it tight. This made a very nice and neat figure 8 pattern that could be easily undone later, but that would hold on to the boat tight in almost all circumstances. I then completed the knot as the wave's momentum bumped the Zodiac against the boat. It was like an animal bumping its nose up against another animal to smell it, to become familiar for the first time, to see if they wanted to be friends. The Zodiac I was in bumped into the Anastasia several times, then rested to one side comfortably, pulling the line tight on my cleat hitch, not like it was supposed to. I tossed the other end of the line to the ship in an arc so it would lock back around on the ship's cleat. I caught it when it came back swinging around, albeit clumsily, and I held on tight. I felt like it would be appropriate to say something, so I looked around one more time and saw nobody. I waited another moment and then said with authority, "Ahoy, Anastasia! Requesting permission to come aboard." There was no response, just the waves, not even seagulls. I announced one more time, "Coming aboard." I tossed my backpack off as I had a million times, except instead of onto a chair or into a box, as so many other times, this time I was tossing my bag onto a ship. With a mighty toss, my 20-pound or so bag sailed up the stairs with a thump, landed with finality. Once I got that extra weight off me, I was concerned it could throw off my balance. I grabbed a hold of a rung that was on the side of the Anastasia and pulled myself close enough to grab the other rung. Then I could safely pull myself aboard onto the ship. There were a few stairs to get up to deck level that I used as cover. With my SWAT AR at the ready, I swept the deck a few times at eye level and saw no threats. I only paused for a moment, as much at the ready as I could be, with the rope sharing space with my foregrip at my left hand. I scanned for threats and saw none. Now that I had a wider and closer view, I could hear nothing but the melody of the waves. The Zodiac gave me a tug, as if to say, "Hi, don't forget about me, please." I let my AR hang back down in front to attend to secure my Zodiac. Didn't want to have it on my back, lean over, and crack myself on the back of the head like last time. I looked back for a second just to make sure my backpack was okay, and it was just fine where it was, resting on the deck. I repeated the process for the cleat hitch knot on the Anastasia side. Remember which way the two had nuzzled up on each other? Now they looked like animals that had snuggled in close to stay warm. Looks like they had gotten acquainted already and were becoming good friends. With my knot completed, it was time to go secure the ship, then find a place to rest for the night. Then I would come up with a plan for when the rest of the guys came in the morning. Now that I was done leaning over and being next to the freezing cold hundreds of feet of water, I was ready to put my backpack on. I went and stood far away from the side. Made sure there was railings and lots of floor space between me and the water, and made sure all my pockets were still closed, and they were. Then I swung my backpack back on, and I was ready to go. Chapter 5. Clearing the yacht's exterior. First floor outside, evening, day 1. I checked my comm volume by twisting the knob off and then twisting it on. I knew this motion by heart since I'd done it hundreds of times, checking volume in the past. Counterclockwise, then clockwise again. It started its automated talking back to me down the list of programs and settings, so I knew that everything was fine. I had to do this because sometimes the volume would get slowly rolled to be too quiet to hear. I turned it up just a little bit more to make sure I'd be able to hear clearly, and away I went. The sun wouldn't set for a few more hours, so I still had ambient light. The sun was setting in the west like it always did, obviously. That put the sun low in the horizon. There were deep shadows cast through the open interior of this part of the ship. I scanned from left to right, hugging corners where needed to, tapping my light if I needed to see into the shadowy corners. On the deck of the ship, there were a few closed cabinets and closets. I checked every single one. Everything was stowed tightly on deck. The furniture had long since been put away, and it seemed as if no events had happened on this floor for a while. I checked all the doors, and they were locked. These were fairly sturdy doors, as this floor was the closest to sea level, and it was feasible some water could get here in heavy seas. I decided to check the second floor, and found the stairs. I passed by some windows, peered into the tinted windows with my main flashlight, and recognized that room as a kitchen. I saw a shadow quickly pass by inside, but I couldn't be sure. When I pointed my flashlight to where I thought I had seen the movement, nothing seemed to be there. I figured I was probably seeing things. I walked past the outside of the kitchen and found the stairs to the second level. I pointed my AR up the stairs along with my gaze and didn't see anything. I walked up the stairs as quietly as I could. As soon as I got eye level, I swept everywhere I could see. There was a way to walk around the outside of the ship, but this level was nearly all indoor facilities. I completed my climb up the stairs and then looked as far in each direction down the walkway as I could, and then up for threats, pointing my AR as I looked. Then I looked into the luxury yacht and listened. I was on the second level now, and all these windows were deeply tinted. Chapter 6. Still trying to find a way in. Second floor outside, day 1. I could more so see the reflection of the sun, an hour or so away from setting, as I could inside at all. I did my best, though, to look inside, and it looked to be a dining room or entertainment room of some sort. Having my sunglasses on, from it being a bright summer day, the sun reflected back at me and didn't bother me, but it didn't help me look inside any easier either. It would be time-consuming to press my face and flashlight against every window and room to see inside. My flashlight couldn't push in very far anyway, only enough to see some furniture, then shadows. I needed to shorten up this perimeter check if I was to have any hope of getting inside before dark. I got to my first door on the second floor and it was locked. These doors were only marginally flimsier than the ones below, but I still didn't want to force them open. It had stuck with me for a long time, the habit of not breaking an entry unless it was absolutely necessary. I treated everything as if it was mine, which is how my most revered employer had taught me. I also never knew if I would need this door intact, but I knew thinking of every eventuality and every opportunity would make this take forever. I looked ahead and behind as far as I could see on the second floor deck, and then up again, all while pointing my AR. Then I moved on. I checked a few more doors as I went, all locked. I had completely given up trying to look into the windows at this point. It was taking forever, and given the pace, there was no way I could check every door by nightfall and peer in every window. I looked up and down the deck again and checked several more doors heading towards the bow. I peered up occasionally with my AR pointed and saw nothing. I checked more doors as I went, then saw the curved outcropping where people could view the water. I decided to walk out there really quick to take a look. Once out there, I took a wider glance up at the third level. I couldn't see very well, but it looked like more of an open area. The bridge was up on the third floor also. I didn't see any stairs to the third floor. All access to that floor may be internal. I looked around for a second around the left curved hook that I was on that reached out over the ocean. I didn't have long to take it in, but it was truly beautiful here. I still hadn't seen one sign of anyone being here that I could definitively prove. Well, I take that back. I saw one spot where it looked like there was a circular shape on the deck that was maybe slightly discolored. Was it just a play on the setting sun, or had a bucket been sitting here a while maybe? I wasn't sure. I thought for a second, looking at the spot from a few different angles, and I imagined someone at the railing, fishing, trying to supplement their preserved food with fresh variety. I patted all my pockets to make sure everything was there, and then held my AR close. I hoped for the other person's safety that they were friendly. It was time to check the eastern side of the boat. It was significantly darker on this side, but I still didn't waste time checking windows. I looked down the deck and started walking down and checking, and they were all locked. It took several minutes to walk the entire length of the ship until I eventually got to the stern. There was another open area here that seemed to have been a small swimming pool, hot tub, and one of those swimming lanes where the water jets at you so you can swim at different speeds. They needed cleaning, though, from seeing a year of bad weather and no love. I walked back over to the starboard side to see the sun very close to sunset. I looked down the deck and then checked the last several doors until I got to that side's stairs. All were locked. I peered down to see how my Zodiac and the Anastasia were getting along, and it seemed like they had found a comfortable spot together and were huddled up for the night. That made me smile. I decided to go back to the stern of the ship to closer evaluate my options. I got back to the stern of the ship and looked around. There were no stairs to the third floor. The doors at the stern had all been locked, and a few looked like closets. There was one area by the lifeguard station. I didn't check very closely, though. In fact, I had gone around it because it was cluttered with life preservers. I stepped over the clutter that must have gotten thrown around in stiffer seas. It turned out that there was a service ladder up here to the third deck. The ladder had a locking mechanism on it that prevented people from climbing. I looked around. I looked around the lifeguard area and started organizing everything where I thought it was supposed to go. I did this to try to make sense of everything both literally and psychologically. As soon as it became clear that there was a little kiosk that the lifeguard had, where their first aid kit and other tools would have gone in their station, I checked the drawers and they wouldn't open. I thought for a second and decided to push all the drawers in as much as I could. I did this to make sure none of them were open even a little bit. Sometimes the cabinet door that was slightly open prevented all of them from being open so people didn't tip them over and cause injury. I tried to open the top one, it still wouldn't open, probably locked. I tried to open the second one, it opened, but nothing was in it. I tried to open the third one, and it opened as well, and there was a key. I went to try the key in the maintenance ladder, and it didn't work. Well, what an idiot, I said to myself. I almost dropped the key as I held it and looked at it, and had a hard time holding onto objects sometimes. Then I took the key back to the lifeguard station and realized that there was also a keyhole there. Oh yeah, duh. I made sure the middle and bottom drawers were closed, and then I tried the key and it didn't fit. And then I tried the key the other way and it fit in just fine, but wouldn't turn. I hated these cabinets so much. I rested on the cabinet and tried to feel the key's teeth hit each pin. These cabinets were notoriously horrible. I put the key in a few times without trying to turn, left the key, and then jiggled the cabinet. My track record for breaking keys into locks was pretty high, unfortunately. I had to be really careful. I slowly turned the key and felt the entire rod turn like it was supposed to. Then I opened the top drawer and there was a new key. I took the key, which I noticed had a floater on it and looked very official. I closed the drawer and had to turn the drawer key to remove it. The entire bolt closed. I removed the key, which protested with every pin it pulled past. Then I took the key and threw it back in the bottom drawer and closed that drawer as well. I wasn't putting this important floater key back in there. It could go somewhere else for later, not trusting it to these shoddy drawers again. I skinned up the ladder with my AR and then tried the key in the maintenance ladder's locking mechanism. It had a little sliding plastic protector over the keyhole, but once I slid it up, the key went in the lock like it was brand new. Must be some kind of weatherproof lock. Very nice. I swung the ladder locking mechanism out of the way, and the ladder was available for use. I put the floater and key in my pocket and scanned the top one more time with my AR, and then started up the ladder. Chapter 7, First Night on the Yacht, 3rd floor, outside nightfall, Day 1. I reached the 3rd floor and swept the deck. There were no hostiles. There was a little gate thing I had to maneuver, so it's a good thing I kept the key. I got it out and carefully held on to it in the gate and then unlocked it. It unlocked with the turn of a key and I was able to take the key back, so I put it back in my pocket. I swung the gate open and made my way onto the deck. The gate swung closed behind me and I heard it latch and I assume lock behind me. This is when I looked across the helicopter pad to the bridge and got startled to see what I assumed was my reflection or shadow looking back at me from deep into the bridge. I slightly pointed my AR at it and then away, and it didn't react. I let my AR go back to hanging. I assumed it was just my shadow or the lack of light inside the bridge playing tricks on me in the setting sun. Having lived here throughout my whole life, I knew at this point it would be dark within 20 minutes or so. Things got worse at this point because I don't know if the boat shifted or what happened. I don't know who moved first, but I got a brief wave of vertigo. The shadowy reflection may have moved towards me, or maybe I moved and assumed it was my shadow beginning to move, but not completely synchronized. The shadow inside the bridge and I, still outside, start to both move towards the door at the same time. As I begin to walk towards the door, I forget why I'm walking towards it. I start to think that I'm walking towards it because I saw my reflection and assume I had already started walking, so nature took over. Then I get a bigger wave of vertigo again as my shadow reflection stops, but I don't. I was going to stop because I was close to the door. I was much closer to the door than Mr. Shadow was, just a little. I don't think he expected me to be up here. Well, there I go, assuming people's gender, because he turned around and ran away. That gave me one last little spin of vertigo, and I decided to let him go. Chasing was really bad, and I wanted him to be comfortable. We didn't have to be enemies, and hopefully he saw that. I hadn't given him a reason to want to kill me yet, and I don't have a reason to need to put him down yet. Everything is still, so far, so good. I scanned around with my AR one more time and scanned up to the roof. I couldn't really see anything up there still. There were stairs to get up there from here, but I needed to get indoors before dark. Staying out here meant a failure of the mission. I didn't want to break in. I knew this door was open. Mr. Shadow told me so. I walked up to the door and turned the handle. It turned. I pulled the door and it opened. And I went, AR up. Chapter 8. Entering for the first time. 3rd floor, inside ship. Nightfall, day 1. The sun finished setting in the west. This room I was in looked like a big boardroom. There were some whiteboards that were filled with information maybe a year ago when the storm must have hit and everything went bad. I remember it, well, just before the power went out. It looks like the crew officers had recorded everything that everyone knew from the night of the event. It looked like they lost communications with everyone on the mainland. Then they were able to restore temporary emergency communication. The notes chronicled in the normal every other day protest about whatever that nobody even paid attention to anymore, but the storm had brought a new urgency, and everyone had rushed to clean out the stores again, which was another new normal. According to the notes on the wall, the eggs, bread, and milk went first. This was commonly known as the French toast system, along with toilet tissue paper. From there, all the potato chips, because people were freaking stupid. Once people saw that the eggs, bread, milk, toilet paper, and potato chips are gone, they usually check everything else. By then, all of the smart people that got off work early cleaned off the other shelves when the less situationally aware weren't paying attention. The canned food and water bottles were already gone, thanks to the savvier folks, even though those people were most likely fine, but hey, why not make one last run? Meanwhile, the oblivious, trying to do all the normal shopping, stood in awe, or didn't notice at all. If anyone had been smart, they would go get some of the ladies' hygiene products. Even if it's not exactly the right product, would have been better than having to go out later. So then the lines were getting longer as the last of the food was getting scooped up and people were getting mobbed on their way out. More pictures and notes indicating people were getting more upset, and the protests that had been going and sort of morphed together. Things kept getting more violent and worse. A common misconception was that the military can magically appear out of nowhere to maintain order. Reality is, it takes the governor approval, then roughly 72 hours for the National Guard to mobilize after activation. In this case, law enforcement was easily overwhelmed by over 10,000 people taking to the streets and had to pull back to consolidate, and then the power just shut off that night in the middle of the violent protests and storm. By that point, it was too late to get meds, the food was gone, and everybody went home. Everybody dependent on meds was screwed because the pharmaceutical companies don't care about anyone needing more than a month out. Most pharmacies are on demand anyway, if that now. Reading all this reminded me. The first couple months after the collapse were very upsetting. People slowly running out of their meds that they depended on, passing on from otherwise easily maintained conditions or slipping into madness, which also reminded me. I wonder if the ship had any meds on it that we could restock with. We'd been able to augment our standard prescription antibiotics with fish medicine supplements and making new variants from scratch, but it was a challenge. The problem is shelf life isn't too good. Maybe I would even find some epinephrine. That was basically the name for adrenaline, which was good for all sorts of things. I would also need to make sure I looked for a medical bay while I was here. I wonder where that was. I realized I couldn't really see the whiteboard to follow their notes anymore. It was making my mind wander, and I was getting dizzier. I decided this was a good time to have a snack and take some meclizine, which was a good motion sickness medicine that worked well for me. I had stored tins of it leading into the collapse because it was cheap, plentiful, and lasted a long time. Also, my eyes were really straining, and I realized I still had my sunglasses on from the day. Besides it getting dark from the sun almost completely setting, that's why I couldn't see the whiteboard. I hadn't changed my glasses outside like I usually would have because there hadn't been any tables to set anything down, and I was in a hurry. I had a feeling that the guy I'd seen earlier was going to go hide somewhere and evaluate his options. It worked out, I reconciled to myself. I wasn't worried about whoever was in here much. I wasn't ready for a ready meal yet. I went to the conference room table and set my bag down. The first thing I did was switch my sunglasses for my normal glasses, then blink a few times. So much better. I imagined I'd probably looked like the anti-hero that could see in the darkness or something. I used to wear my wraparound sunglasses from sunup to sundown to live in near complete darkness. This was because of my migraines, but had to suffer near unlimited social ridicule because of it. I couldn't go anywhere without the store owners harassing me, and eventually had to take them off. Eventually I started going without and dealing with it and the constant pain. My contractor cap had helped a bit, but then I got guff for that too. Eventually got new glasses, but they were so comically large that my hat could no longer cover my eyes. Thanks, stupid hipster fashion trends, for making my desired frames no longer available. Now with the collapse, I'd gone back to wearing my sunglasses everywhere again and forgot to take them off except for after nightfall. It was an old pair, but it's all I had. New sunglasses cost a fortune pre-collapse and now no longer existed. So it was time to let my night vision take over. I had my giant glasses on now and my vision sharpened. I started digging through my bag and found some jerky and got out a water bottle as I listened for sound. There was none except for the wonderful white noise of ocean outside. I found the jerky and water bottle and took a bite of jerky which tasted like mesquite. It was smoky and delicious. I took a drink of water and realized I hadn't had any water in a while. I drank half the bottle before I realized I need to stop and dig around for my meclizine. I thought for a second before I dug too much and remembered it was in a side pocket. I thought for a second to take 25 milligrams or 50 and decided to go ahead and just take 50 now since I was on a boat and all. I figured I'd be able to clear the boat and deal with Mr. Shadow Man and time to take a nap. I took the 50 milligrams of meclizine and another bite of jerky, then I finished my bottle and put it back in my bag. I took out another bottle and put it in my pocket and put the jerky in another pocket. I would snack on this as I went, since it might be an hour or so until I was ready to settle down for a ready meal. Then I took my secondary flashlight and did the neat little trick with it that I learned. My flashlight had a hinge where it could bend at a 90-degree angle and then had a quarter power button. Then it had a clip where it could attach to the molly webbing on the front of my armor carrier. I figured I didn't want this guy to be scared of me like I was searching and destroying him, so I would put my AR down and instead would have my flashlight going at all times. That way he would be well aware of my actions. I imagine this yacht had a security system. Even if I couldn't see the cameras, and if I was him, that's where I would have retreated to, so being all tactical and checking corners and flicking my light wouldn't really help me. I was in his domain now, and I would be abundantly clear about my actions and hopefully gain his trust a little bit. So I set up the flashlight proper. It was a rechargeable and had about 20 hours of light in this configuration. Had a USB charger, and I had my solar USB pack cords and adapters with me. This meant I could keep it charged for literally hundreds of hours if needed. Ideally, or life-saving flashlights wouldn't be rechargeable due to the weakness and fragility of rechargeable batteries, but I had other batteries that ran on lithium which were more robust. This meant I didn't mind having rechargeables as well. So I did a scan of the room with my AR hanging, with my flashlight clipped and pointing it ahead, and put my backpack on. Then I took another bite of my jerky and another swig of my water bottle, and away I planned to go. I checked my phone for a second, and it was 9 p.m. I never switched my phone to military time or anything like that unless someone whined about it. No new messages or emails, of course, just my old emails I had never deleted. I read them from time to time. I had some emails saved on here from my dad and from a friend that had suddenly passed away. I also had pictures of my dad who I missed so dearly. I almost purged these emails so many times, worried someone might get my phone, but now it's all I had. I didn't have time to look at any of it now. I just like checking my phone out of habit. It's always in airplane mode, and hey, actually that gave me an idea. I activated the Wi-Fi feature on my phone for a minute on a hunch. The feature activated immediately and thought about the situation for around 10 seconds. There showed up a lone signal which was weak and simply called Prototype 1. It flickered on and off a few times, then shut off entirely. I thought that was strange. I shut the feature back off to conserve my phone's battery life, even though I had my reserve pack, and decided to make a mental note to myself to check it again later as I got deeper into the ship. Well, I knew I was really procrastinating now. I opened up my bag of jerky and started chewing on another piece and put the bag away. It was time to start scouting around. I looked around the conference room one last time. I wouldn't want to sleep here for the night when I was done searching the ship. I could feel a little bit more of a draft as it cooled down outside, and I didn't like being this close to the outside anyway without something more solid between me and the rest of the world. I was just about to start checking out the rest of the third floor when I heard something loud from outside. It sounded like a clanging from outside and a deck below out by the ladder that I had come from. I hadn't closed the little gate around the ladder. I probably could have kicked it closed as I climbed with one of my feet, but I hadn't even thought of it. The gate swung with the breeze and otherwise therapeutic rocking of the ship. The gate clanged a few times, trying to figure out why it was flapping around instead of being secure like it usually was. There was a brief lull in the steel slamming as I imagined the gate teetering in mid-swing in ponderance about how to resolve the situation. Then the boat shifted with a certain kind of wave that the ladder's security mechanism improved of, and it closed and latched properly. I nodded to the boat, and the boat seemed to settle down with the satisfaction that everything was fine and normal again. And with that, I set out to see what the next room was. Chapter 9, Entering the Bridge. Third floor, inside, dusk, day 1. The door to the next room inward was open, and I didn't hear any sound coming from it. I walked in cautiously and looked around. It appeared to be the bridge to the yacht. I looked around at the equipment, and everything was powered down. I looked around the room for exits. I saw one that looked like it went to stairs based on the signage indicating as much. I walked to the other available entryway, and it looked like it went to the captain's quarters. Since that room looked like the next most interesting, it's where I went. From a brief glance around, this room told me the second half of the story of what happened. Pictures of Sealth on the Night of Darkness had been printed out and posted all over the room with clear tape. Someone must have been sending them to the ship's captain somehow before everything went completely offline. I looked at the pictures as their scenery got progressively worse. There were pictures of the normal everyday protests that people had become so accustomed to that the topics were all but ignored. Signs of such unrecognizable gibberish that nobody even understood the references anymore, including the people holding them. I remembered the running joke that a preschooler's crayon gibberish was more legitimate and reconcilable statement. The pictures progressed into some Doppler pictures of the tropical storm on that fateful night. I saw a sticky note on the printout that said, "What do I do?" I panned over to the next pictures of nervous store shopping and signs on the windows that said, "Cash only." A sticky note underneath that said, "What should I do?" The power clearly out, and it started to become evening in the picture story. I thought back to my version of these moments and remembered I was still sleeping. I'd been much further south, and the outages didn't reach my location for a few more hours. I panned to the next images, and they were of empty store shelves and the beginnings of panic. Another sticky note. What should I do? The writing was looking progressively more nervous. At this point, I think I started to put the pieces together. Just to make sure, I panned over to the next picture. There were bodies on the ground. The windows were smashed. The next pictures were from high up in a building looking down. There were some fires and what looked like a statue being dragged down the street by a pickup truck. I also noticed in the picture in the dark there was a young lady close to the camera's lens holding a notepad to the camera. She looked like she'd had a rough night, and I noticed she had a backpack on the floor next to her. She had smudged her face up a lot, maybe to make her look less attractive, probably to move around the city easier. The notepad had a message written in big letters. It was in thick black letters on white paper. Don't come. Leaving city with friends. Love you, Dad. It had a drawing that maybe looked like a code only the two would understand. I looked at the carnage outside. It looked like the chain restaurants and stores were on fire, but what did the statue ever do to them? I looked for a second and tried to figure out which one it was. The statues looked like they resembled firefighters, so I figured it was near the Firefighters Memorial in Pioneer Square. I guess the anarchists really wanted to see the city burn and thought it would be ironic to rip the statues out. The anarchists had been ripping out statues all over recently, or trying to, so I guess this one had just been on their to-do list for the night. The last word stung so much. Dad. It must have been horrible to be out here on a ship and knowing that your daughter was in that with all those dirtbags, but he was the ship's captain. He had a whole ship full of families to take care of, didn't he? I looked around for more information and only saw some maps. There was obviously no sizable crew currently on this ship. I wonder if he had dropped them off somewhere, maybe an island that was nearby. There were tons, though, so they could be anywhere without a clue to point in the right direction. I saw one map that had been sitting out that looked like it had been paid special attention to. I recall something about some hospitals having been on an island around here pre-collapse. I got my camera phone out and angled myself so the light was pointing at the photo. I never used flash to not give myself migraines, and flashlights worked way better for angled light anyway. I pointed my finger at a spot on the screen so it zoomed properly for maximum resolution, and it took the picture when it was ready. Newer phones didn't have this feature, so I was glad I had my trusty old Reliable with me. I checked the phone's memory and it definitely saved the picture. I pressed the disk button and the heart button to make sure it was saved and liked. I took a couple of seconds of video of his timeline of events and a couple seconds of video specifically of the picture of the Sealth carnage and stopped that video. I went back into the conference room and took a couple seconds of video of the whiteboards. With the added context of what I saw in the captain's quarters, this information started to make more sense. The ship's crew were able to regain emergency communications with Base Command because Base Command got a generator up and running. They said the procedure for disasters, man-made or otherwise, was to return to the city. In addition, Command made a claim that the National Guard was staged to restore order in 72 hours. However, there was no supporting evidence of this claim. The notes also mentioned that the captain should return the ship immediately to port or that he would lose his job. The captain wrote in his notes that it was good that the city would be restored so that there would be no harm in waiting, though he did leave some question marks around the note that the city would have order restored so soon. Then more notes that the captain had enough food and entertainment on board to keep everyone safe. All he would need to do is circle around the storm, that way the ship could come full circle. Everything would be fine, then he'd return the passengers to safety, but management's orders were for him to come in immediately. I noticed the captain wrote at this spot that there was no food left in the city. Basically, he was rhetorically asking what the point was in going back so soon. Like it was suspicious demanding them to be back, probably an insurance thing. There had been a lot of scrutiny on non-U.S. cruises, and several travel agencies had gone under recently. Regardless, I can see his logic here. He had food on the ship, and they had safety. Do the most for the greater good, you know. He could keep everyone here, and they would be safe from the violence. He could ride around the storm. The storm would ride through Seattle, the National Guard would come, FEMA or whoever would bring in food, and everything would be restored. He could drop everyone back off and see his daughter again. Yeah, just one problem, buddy, I thought to myself. A different National Guard comes, and they don't bring much food. The story seems to end with him telling the officers to talk it over in the officers' conference room, and that they'd have a little more time before they had to decide. He wanted to make sure everyone was on board. Pun had been intended. I went back to thinking it through. Obviously something happens, because there's no conclusion of sorts on this board, and they never docked back in Sealth, so I set out to find the officers' conference room. I went back to the bridge and looked around. There was nothing I could tell that was left to check. I didn't want to stay up here for the night, and there was still plenty left of the ship to explore. I had to remember also that there was still a person on board that I would need to hopefully peacefully engage with sooner rather than later. With that done, I went to the stairs and headed down to the second floor. Chapter 10. More to the story. Second floor inside. Dusk, day 1. I stepped down to what seemed like an operations area. I looked around with my hands out as non-confrontational as I possibly could with an AR hanging off me. Try as I might to look and listen, there seemed to be nobody around. I checked my phone again for a Wi-Fi signal, and there wasn't one. I turned the feature off and put my phone away. There wasn't much of a note here. This would probably be where the staff would hang out and work, like where they had their offices and such. I looked around for the officers' conference room and walked past several other doors. I was starting to figure out the layout of the ship by now. Those doors led out to the entertainment areas that were on the second floor. I kept walking around and checking closets and cabinets. I made sure to check every office cubicle and around every corner to make sure someone wasn't waiting in ambush. It wouldn't have mattered very much because whoever was here had the proverbial home court advantage, but worth a try, I guess, unless there was zombies or something. Really though, whoever was here would obviously know their way around the ship way too well, and if they wanted to ambush me or set up a trap, I didn't feel like I had much hope. I wanted to show them that I wasn't here to kill them. Also, the way we had initially bumped into each other inadvertently, I didn't feel like they could have set up traps. I think I was overthinking things like usual. He didn't seem like the guy that would set up deadly traps here, at least nothing with no notice that I would actually be getting inside. He expected me to be staying outside, then he ran and hid. Overthinking things, I completed my perimeter search. Everything seemed to be in order, and eventually using my patented walking around the outside perimeter tactic of checking rooms, I found the room I was looking for. The door was closed. I opened it, half expecting, but knowing that the person I was looking for wouldn't be there. I opened it slowly in case he was there. I said hello, but nobody was inside. There were more whiteboards, and I came in and closed the door behind me. I felt safer knowing someone couldn't spring up behind me that way. I looked at the whiteboards, and they told me the rest of the story. It looks like they wrote down a high level of information on the boards, and then some of their own information. Some of them had families as well, as well as other obligations. Some of them put overtime ? So, listing the monetary concerns. Others listed the storm as a concern. There was a whole range of risks and fears. It seemed as if two leaders had emerged, one for staying and one for leaving. The one who wanted to stay supported the captain. The ones who wanted to go back to shore had a normalcy bias that everything would be fine. The National Guard would come. FEMA would take care of everything. The captain was over-exaggerating and that he shouldn't be in charge of the ship. At this point, it looks like there was a deviation or a pause because I don't see that guy writing anymore. I wonder if at this point there'd been a brawl in here. I looked around and I couldn't tell because everything looked shuffled around from there being a year at sea. I suspect someone beat the crap out of him for implying the potential loss of the captain's status, but can't prove it. I spot another whiteboard, and there's another part of the plan, and started reading that. The writing picked up back again and appeared to compromise, with the plan being basically to link up with a friendly vessel, and everyone who doesn't like the plan can get off and go back to the mainland in front of the storm. They are to make up an excuse that they aren't feeling good. So if anyone else on the ship isn't feeling good and doesn't feel like making a trip around the storm, they are free to disembark for the mainland. In kind, nobody would think lesser of them. However, should any staff make a public fuss after this is all over one way or the other, they will never work for the company again. This silly threat worked because their normalcy bias actually made them think this was an actual potential outcome. The reason why the passengers didn't care much to stay out at sea a little extra was because they thought it'd be neat to be able to go see the storm from the outside. The other reason most of the passengers were okay with the plan to stay out at sea was because the crew made up a fake story. It revolved around the passengers getting a complimentary extended trip on the amazing vessel for a bit longer. So the captain would make a little speech, and then the two vessels rendezvoused. And then if any wanted to go back to shore early, or if they weren't feeling well, they were free to. And he would be honest with them about the weather-wise storm. If they wanted an extended complimentary trip around the storm, they could as well. The captain wouldn't be completely lying to them, only leaving out his opinion, which the staff seemed to appreciate and respect. When he was around the physical storm, he figured he would tell whoever stayed about the metaphorical one, and they could make up their minds from there. They would be upset, but most probably being like-minded at this point, they would realize there was nothing they could have done either way. Hopefully by then real order would be restored. I, of course, know what really ended up happening, though, so he must have made the handshake with the other vessel, and half the crew and passengers must have went back to south. I went to go check the other board, and that confirmed. They were about half capacity and planning on going around the storm. They had enough food to last months, especially if they supplemented it with fresh fish. They had supplies to catch fish. They also had a desalination system on board that could pump gallons upon gallons of fresh water every day from the salty ocean. So they were set. So what happened? The information on the boards didn't say. That was the end of the story here. I got my phone out, recorded the notes, and put my phone away. I looked around last time, then headed back to the officers' offices. I didn't like the energy in this room at all. I checked the officers' quarters as well and decided I didn't like the energy in there either. There was no way I could sleep in either of these rooms with how negative it felt. Everyone must have been terribly upset. I checked around one last time, though, and found a diary under a pillow. I thumbed to the last several entries. Everything until then had talked about everything I knew so far. Then it talked about deciding to head towards an island for some reason, then no more entries. Last entry was dated a week or two after the storm had fully passed. Maybe they thought the island would be safe and insulated from the civil unrest from the big city-state. I have a feeling now that the only way I was going to find out was from asking the survivor. I left the crew area and headed towards the entertainment rooms. As I walked through the offices, I thought to myself that I was assuming there was only one survivor. I felt like I would be hearing bodies shuffling if there was more. I would feel heat, but the temperature felt neutral. It was starting to cool down, but not much. The luxury yacht was quite insulated. Still, the sun beating down on the tinted windows no longer helped the air inside to begin to cool. Just then I felt the breeze begin to cool the ship. Did air vents just open? The ship must have battery backup power and the auxiliary systems routed to a few of the systems. I felt the salt air freshen up the ship and cool everything down faster. There must be a control room in the ship somewhere that wasn't the bridge, but I had no idea where. I entered the entertainment room and looked around. It looked like an empty dance hall, more of an adult dance hall. There was a DJ booth. I could see from here that there was nobody hiding behind it. There were some raised light dance pads nearby that would light up when you danced. There were some poles next to that for people who liked to swing around. There were also some cages for people who like to dance in cages, I guess. I followed the cages up to the ceiling and saw some recessed disco balls that could come down, and noticed some black lights interspersed throughout the normal lighting. There was a mini bar over to the side. I went to check behind it, as it was about waist high, but there was nobody hiding behind it. I imagined a lot of different parties being held here and everyone having a great time. Chapter 11, Real Entertainment. Floor 2, Electronic Entertainment. Inside, night, day 1. I went into the next room, and it was a second entertainment room. This one had every popular cooperative arcade machine from the 90s that you could dream of. There were 2 different 4-player turtle adventure fighters. Next to it was the adventure fighter game based off the popular animated sitcom, longest running ever in history. Next to that was a 6-player double screen cabinet about mutants that had superpowers. I kept looking past them all, and a new old memory popped up with each one. Next was the one where your girlfriend gets punched in the stomach at the very beginning of the brawler. Next was one that was a legitimate role-playing game where you leveled up. There were classes, inventory, and everything. Next to that cabinet was the sequel that was even better. I went to the next one, and it was actually the second in the series. There was yet another one where I went to the next arcade, and it was actually the second in the series. It had the additional thief character, which was super fun. There was yet another one where one type of hunter alien joins up with space marines to fight bug aliens. That one was amazing. Then there were a pair of cabinets where giant monsters climbed up buildings and smashed, and lastly a cabinet where you were cowboys. I remember the home release being heavily censored. This was literally arcade heaven, and they were all categorized. Then there were the shooters. They had the first edition zombie shooter that essentially ceased to exist after the source code was lost in a disaster. And they had every sequel as well. They had a shooter where you shot futuristic robots, and several more where you were a police officer. Then lastly, a spin-off shooter in a booth that looked like an escape pod based on Starship Voyages fighting assimilated cyborgs. On the opposite wall was apparently where the rowdy machines went, so I walked over to check them out. There were 5 different dance arcade machines. They had the steel dance pads, which were absolutely glorious to dance on. Next to those were racing arcade cabinets that made you feel like you were actually in a race car. Those divided the dancing arcades from the fighting cabinets. They had every major version of the street fighting and mortal fighting varieties. They also had 3D fighters as well as ones where you had swords. They also had the multi-arcade cabinets where you could choose between every single version of the sword fighting game. It had something like 6 versions of the sword fighting game and another 5 or so versions with the other main fighters on it that they had produced. They had 2 of these side by side so people could run whatever they wanted. A third one had every single co-op shooter that the company had produced with over-the-top, unrivaled sprite work. Then, just when I thought I'd seen everything, I realized there was extra space on this side of the cabinets, and it was actually a single bowling lane. I followed the second half of the outside of the bowling lane past the arcades. There was also a tabletop shuffleboard and several large and robust-looking foosball table, and one of those mini basketball games. This luxury yacht would be absolute paradise if you just wanted to goof off forever. I couldn't imagine anyone ever wanting to leave. I walked back across the arcade room to see what was next. I had a pretty good idea what it would be. I stepped into the next area, and it was a bit of a foyer. You could go down to the first deck from here or across the way. There were signs that said entertainment the way I had just came, dining on the way down, and then cabin was across. I looked down into the darkness and didn't see or hear anything. I pointed my AR down and flicked on my light anyway. Nothing down there but floor. I let my AR go back to hanging where it spent most of its time and went across to the cabin area. I went past the rooms, glancing briefly in each one. I checked my phone, and I'd been about this for about an hour. I was starting to get sleepy. I took a bite of jerky and a drink of water and tried to move my arms in a circle a bit to try to get the blood flowing. I blinked a few times, then hopped up and down a few times, then returned to looking around. The inside of the rooms looked weird, like each were themed. There were old Western themed ones and 1950s themed. There was a spaceship themed one and another that made it seem like you were out in the forest camping. One that looked like you were out on the beach and another that looked like you were sleeping outdoors in the city. There were a few different video game related ones and a few that looked like honeymoon suites of varying romantic themes. I looked in those to make sure nobody was in them, but did my best to not imagine all the hanky-panky that went on. I did imagine that cleaning them up involved a lot of hazmat clothing and hazard pay for employees. I let a chuckle out as I imagined people in biohazard clothing cleaning up a room full of hearts and spinning beds or whatever. The rest of the rooms were average and non-themed. I checked them all until I reached the edge of the cabins. I imagine all total this yacht could comfortably sleep around 60 people. That included the staff and captain. When I got to the end of the cabins, I thought to myself that I was nearly to the end of this yacht. I was starting to get a feel for the space, having prior walked back and forth from the outside. The next room was a cozy bar of sorts. I peeked behind the bar to make sure nobody was hiding behind there, and there was nobody. I looked around briefly. There was a very nice, full-sized pool table. The walls had paintings done of local areas. There was a painting of the Space Needle. Next to it was one of Mount Rainier. And there was one painting of the Old Kingdom that was very tastefully done. There was a painting of the Mariners baseball team with their star pitcher pitching a no-hitter. There was a painting of the UW Huskies playing in the Rose Bowl, and there was a painting of the Supersonics playing in the playoffs. Finally, there was a photo of a Sounders game. Large swathes of the stands holding anti-fascist branding and signage. Photos must have been taken in between violent political signage bans and the team being traded due to loss of revenue. Seemed to be a recurring theme that the SJWs didn't have the independent finances to back up their causes. Their financiers stopped funding them to go advertise at the soccer games, apparently. Most likely they weren't bringing in enough outside income anymore. Everyone else must have gotten pissed prior when they realized the team itself was insignificant part Bolsheviks, so the team was done the second outside financing split. Then the inquiries started dropping, related to basically wealthy people subsidizing their own games and stadiums, basically. A lot like before Hollywood collapsed, paying people to go see their movies, where they had so much money they could buy their own box office smashes one after the other, similarly to how people had been purchasing their way onto the bestseller list for books. Local authorities generally looked the other way as long as they got their taxes and everyone stayed employed. To hell that no actual fans were going to the games anymore. More Coliseum bullcrap as the world fell down around them. Lastly was a painting of an unfinished Coliseum with a simple S that looked like a squid representing the hockey team that never was. The poor Kraken that never got to play after being appropriated by yet another identity movement. Underneath it was framed a hoodie from the merch shop before it slid into the ocean. The dock broke off during an unfortunate minor earthquake some time back, a sort of metaphor for the potentially awesome team, I suppose. Washed by nostalgia, but now disgusted at the whole thing, I returned to looking around, trying to get my mind off the nepotism and crony capitalism. I looked around more, and there were some paintings of a very popular dystopian cyberpunk game on one of the walls. There was a portrait of the main character looking very stoic and confident with his orange blonde curly hair and tight specs. There were more pictures I recognized, such as the Boeing field that almost flooded after the storm when the dam partially failed. One big spring runoff with heavy rain combined, and there'd be no more Kent. There was a painting of SeaTac Airport, and next was a picture of the Tacoma Dome. That entire area had been completely taken over and was now ruled by gangs. Everyone that wasn't able to make it out of Olympia that wanted to go north for their side's city-state sanctuary of Sealth had been cut off ever since. Hopefully, the Puyallup tribe could help with that a little. Maybe slowly start to secure a new piece of this Salish region or some such. That was just about all the paintings, and I looked through the door to see what was through the next areas. It looked like an outside exit. I could hear the waves gently wishing against the Anastasia. Through my light shining through the tinted glass the proper direction, I could see the dingy swimming pools and saw that I was at the end of my second floor tour. I felt distinctly like something was behind me that moment. Despite seeing nothing in my peripheral reflections of the tinted windows, I turned around abruptly. Nobody was there, of course, but I was sure I'd felt it, that someone was there behind me. I looked behind the bar again and behind the billiards table, but nobody was there. Maybe the paintings were getting to me. I didn't know. There was a door to the bar's back room, presumably where the rest of the alcohol was. It was locked, of course, and seemed very secure. I decided to check the first floor, then call it a night. I had no idea where the gentleman was that shared the ship with me, and it seemed to be that if he didn't want to be found, that I was not going to find him. I returned to the second floor foyer and looked down the stairs again with my AR's mounted flashlight. I swept around for good measure, then carefully headed down. Chapter 12, Where the Cool People Hang Out. Floor 1, Dining Room and Kitchen, Night, Day 1. I was starting to get an idea that the luxury yacht was very well set up. They could make food in the kitchen and bring it up to the bar if they wanted. That is, if customers wanted to eat at the bar. The staff could bring drinks from the bar to the swimming pool area if they wanted. There was a mini bar in the dance room, and down here was no exception. It looked like there was a private VIP party room of some sort underneath where the bar was. I went in, and it turned out to be a casino. There were a variety of slot machines, a roulette table, a poker table, and a craps table. There was a secure-looking vault area where a banker could go, and another mini-bar. Very cool, I thought to myself. This was right next to the kitchen and dining room as well, so food could be brought in as needed, so people didn't need to go anywhere. So I left the VIP room and went to check out the dining room. It was very luxurious but functional, and wouldn't have looked out of place in a well-catered wedding. There were no tablecloths on the tables right now, so it was easy to look under all of the tables. I wasn't relaxing at all, and was making sure to check everywhere possible, but still not seem threatening. After checking the dining room, last but not least, I checked out the kitchen. This is the place that was giving me the most anxiety, so I'm glad I had unintentionally saved until last. This was also placed in a strategic position, because even though it seems like it's at the complete end of the ship, it really isn't. After clearing the kitchen's every nook and cranny, and there being nobody around that could hurt me, I went up against the window again. I imagine these doors opening and closing all day and night as yacht staff brought food from the kitchen directly out to customers, who sat out there in the beautiful summer weather with the Pacific Ocean just feet away. I looked around the kitchen some more and was drawing a blank. I needed to sit down. It had been a long day. I stared outside for a few minutes, trying to listen for any clues, but heard nothing out of the ordinary. I checked my phone's Wi-Fi again and saw nothing. I toggled the Wi-Fi back off and headed back to the second floor's cabin to find a place to rest until morning. I got back to the foyer, and from the first floor I noticed how amazing it really looked. I would like to see it during the daytime. It reminded me of a scaled-down version of a grand hall of a mansion. I allowed myself a minute to hold the banister with one hand. I felt the love that went into the carving. There were no splinters, and the entirety of the railing had been well maintained. I let my hand run the length of the railing up to the second floor and took a turn right into the cabins. I went into the cabins and was trying to think of a room to settle down in for the night. This was around when I noticed there were no floor plans around the ship, like to say where were the emergency exits. I figured someone must have taken them all, like the frames were there, but the inserts were all empty. I was going around the ship more by feeling than anything. Some of the rooms didn't feel right. The captain's quarters upstairs, for example, felt a lot of turmoil. The crew quarters, a lot of anxiety and contempt, but also admiration and courage. The passenger quarters were very passive. I got the distinct feeling that they were unaware as to what was going on. They didn't have cell signal out here, and most common folk don't have radios. They were only aware of the storm and probably didn't know how big it was. The ones that wanted to go back were able to and thus didn't have any anxiety. The ones that didn't care didn't have any anxiety anyway, and were brave and courageous and went around the storm. There was something else, though, sort of a baseline of structure and order that shouldn't be present around such tumult. Like the crew were in control of the disruption somehow. I wonder if the passengers thought the situation wasn't real and were possibly thrill seekers or something. It wasn't normalcy bias, they simply weren't afraid. Like they were here to not be afraid. It was a very strange thing. I couldn't untangle the sense of it, but clearly half the people got off this ship. They were the ones that obviously didn't have their situation together. I can't imagine they appreciated their decision for more than 2 seconds once they reached land, but the people on the ship weren't here any longer either. Both sides tried to make the best decision, but you can only go with what you know and how you feel. Chapter 13. Getting ready for some rest. Late night, day 1. I'm getting the best feeling from this 1950s room for some reason. I have no idea why. So I went into the 1950s room and closed the door behind me and looked around. I threw my backpack on the bed and unclipped my flashlight from my chest rig. I checked under the bed even though I already had earlier, and of course nothing was there. I clipped my flashlight back on and kept looking around. I checked in the closet and it was empty. There was an old 1950s era television that was pretty cool. It was on the floor with some wooden nubs. I take that back. It was a newer TV, but it was styled to look like an old TV. It occurred to me it would be a horrible fire hazard to have an old television on a boat. My first memory of a TV was my father picking up and running it outside as it was on fire. The fire department had to drive to our house and put it out, no joke. They were made of wood and had gases in them that were basically miniature bombs. That would be horrible. There was a schedule next to the TV, and it looked like they had pre-programmed in remastered versions of period-appropriate television shows. There was the funny one with the red-headed girl, and another one was the two-man detective police show that I absolutely loved. I, of course, wasn't old enough to have watched these air on the first runs, but I loved to watch the reruns much later. These shows carved out who I ended up being in a weird way, the old ways. There was the one about the sheepdog that was always finding kids who fell into wells for some reason, and lots of great westerns. Those were my favorite. Man, oh man, I thought to myself, what a great room to spend some time in and just reminisce about reruns. They had an old radio. I imagined people huddling around radio listening to radio stories. They had some radio stories you could listen to also, but I imagine that for most of those you'd have to go into the 1940s room before television really took over. Before I couldn't afford satellite radio anymore, I loved listening to reruns of the old 1930s radio shows. Back when I still had an appropriate job before economy collapses and fiscal cliffs became yearly occurrences. Okay, this is starting to bum me out, I thought to myself. I decided I was done looking at the radio and TV and decided to sit down. I got out a ready meal and looked to see what it was. Beef taco filling. Oh wow, you've got to be kidding me, I thought to myself. How lucky is that? I just happened to have some crackers, so I got out some crackers. Then I took out the ready meal from the box and carefully set some crackers down on the box lid. Then I opened a notch with my knife in the taco filling and started squirting the sauce onto the crackers. It was amazing. I ate 3 crackers that way and then got out another water bottle. I ate all my crackers from that package and all of my taco filling and put it away in my backpack to pack back out. Then I realized I hadn't used the bathroom because I hadn't been drinking a lot of water. I wanted to lock the cabin door, but the lock was a 2-stage and the first stage was electronic. The second stage was a deadbolt, so I locked that instead. I set my AR down next to the bed and went and used the bathroom. I still had my sidearm and backup sidearm with me, so I wasn't worried. Plus, nothing was going to get through that door anytime soon. Anything that could get through that door quickly, there wasn't much I would be able to do about it anyway without a battle rifle. I just had my AR with me, which was for light stuff. I had to push any of those big possibilities out of my mind. People used to get hung up on assault rifle versus battle rifle or whatnot. AR was actually the acronym of a manufacturer, not the acronym for assault rifle. Then assault rifle started getting abused by the media to mean military style, whatever that meant. The military actually took a different rifle to war, but the media, being as stupid as it was, didn't care. Despite the media's lies, would just slightly modify their words over and over again until they felt like it wasn't a lie anymore. If they ever got narrowed down, they could simply cut the segment short or cut the person off, never having to take responsibility for their errors and keep on propagating false information. So when I talk about my AR, it's really respecting the original platform before they stopped selling to the public at all. We used to do the same thing with computers. PC or personal computers were originally patterned off a specific manufacturer, and you never heard anyone freak out about that. But for some reason, when it comes to firearms, everyone had to get extremely ridiculous about it. Eventually, we didn't mind calling our 5.56x45 for ARs or 7.62x39 for AKs assault rifles, because we actually had trained with them, gone to war with them, and all sorts of things in between. It had just been frustrating to label a brand new tool that had done nothing yet such prejudiced and evil sounding names. Like, how do you know it's going to be an assault rifle? Maybe it's going to be a home defense rifle or a target rifle or a hunting rifle. People should be able to call their rifle whatever they want, not have someone else just wholesale label all rifles something. We usually ended up calling a brand new blank rifle a modern long rifle, if it wasn't specifically patterned off anything familiar. But when we would talk about battle rifles, we'd be talking about the higher calibers such as 7.62x51 and the accompanying boutique rounds. While those battle rifles can't carry as much ammo, they are generally considered designated marksmen. Notice I didn't say sniper, which was another dirty word that everyone liked to throw around. These were snipers, but most people with a well-tuned precision rifle weren't snipers. With training and proper equipment, a designated sharpshooter could reach easily 2 or 3 times further out as I could with my AR, and often much further without issue. Having 2 or 3 of them in a squad is absolutely amazing. Back in the older wars, everyone had a rifle like that, but it ended up being too expensive and heavy, both the rifle and the ammo, along with the limited capacity. It was coming back around, though, with at least one per squad being a very welcome addition. I stopped thinking about the old rifle argument and finished going to the bathroom and having been lost in thought, flushed without thinking due to muscle memory. The toilet flushed, of course, then I remembered that the water worked through mechanics and pressure. It still startled me a little bit as I heard systems throughout the whole ship starting to work. I felt like a total idiot, then stopped worrying because I wasn't really trying to hide. I went ahead and washed my hands as well, and grabbed a wash rag and washed my face. That made me feel a million times better than I was sure I wasn't going to wake up with my eyes burning from sweat. With that, it was time to go to sleep and hopefully get some rest for trying to figure out what I was going to do with my counterpart on the ship in the morning. I set my alarm on my phone for 6 hours. That would have me up before dawn, playing my favorite music tracks. I got my battery pack gear out of my backpack, then set my backpack on the floor. I hooked it up to my battery pack solar charger combo, so having my alarm on all night that wouldn't drain the battery. I pressed the button on my battery pack solar charger combo and made sure they synced up and were happy, and checked the volume on the software side to make sure it was on. Everything was good to go. I set all of that aside on the nightstand and closed my eyes and began to doze off in full kit. I slept in full kit all the time. It's so comfortable I don't even notice. I got most of my nightly prayers off before I was out cold. It revolved around asking that everyone please be safe, being thankful that everything was as relatively okay as possible, and hoping that everything could be going okay as was appropriate. My night of sleeping seemed to be okay until the final third round of the night when I started to dream. I was in a corridor I didn't fully recognize. It had a very evil sense to it, very foreboding, and I was not welcome there at all. A child, a boy no older than 5, had been stalking me down the halls. He had wooden dowels about 5 millimeters wide. that were circular, shoved through his face in all different directions. What made the situation even more unsettling wasn't just that he was reaching out for me, but that he was doing so with a teddy bear in his hand. This teddy bear also had matching wooden dowels through him. This horrible dark world didn't go away, and there seemed to be no solution to it. The child seemed inherently dangerous, and I couldn't understand why. This wasn't normal for a dream for me at all, and I took another wooden dowel and shoved it through his head, hoping to stop him to end the threat. It did not end the threat at all, and he kept coming. I started yelling, but I wasn't sure if I was yelling in the dream or real life or both. Either way, it wasn't waking me up, so I gave up. I eventually was able to lure him to an open elevator shaft, however, and then kicked him down it. This ended the dream, and I woke up with a start. Except I realized immediately that I wasn't in the ship at all. I was still in my room a year earlier. I had woken up into a second dream. So the method I had already tried, which was trying to will myself to yell, hadn't worked, and had only gotten me into this dream. I tried a second method to wake myself up, which was to twirl my arms around in a circular pattern. I knew if I could reach the other side of my brain, it would wake me up usually. It was funny how ridiculously aware of everything I was when I was sleeping. That could backfire on me, though, as sometimes I had dreams about my arms twirling uncontrollably, which was very unsettling. I even felt my arms moving sometimes, but rarely woke up flailing. It's how I could tell it was a dream, because I knew if I was yelling but I couldn't hear, then I wasn't really awake, or if I twirled my arms but they weren't really moving. You get the idea. Even when I'm asleep, I'm aware enough to be able to tell the difference. So I start trying to twirl my arms around and notice they aren't moving, and it's starting to wake me up in this second dream within a dream, and then I hear a scratching at the door. Chapter 14, Time to Wake Up. Pre-dawn, day 2. What a rough night, I think to myself. I got up in the dark without thinking and without my glasses on and stumbled to the door to let the cat in. I go and sit back down on the bed, and the cat hops up on the bed next to me after doing a swipe around my leg. I give the cat a pat on the head and flick my chest-mounted light on. The room looked weird, so I blinked a few times and squinted. That's when I realized, for the morning, that I'm in a bed in the 1950s. Why am I in a bed in the 1950s? I asked the cat. The cat looks at me like I'm an idiot, and I put my glasses on and look around. And before I can really gather what's going on, the radio turns on by itself. I run over to the radio and try to turn it off, and I do. Well, I technically shut it off. I turn the knob to the off position, but the radio is still on. I follow the cord to the electrical outlet. The radio's still on. I unplug the radio's still on. The radio keeps going. Just then, the alarm starts going off on the ship. Without really thinking, I run out into the hallway to see what the alarm's about, due to so much past trauma of false smoke alarms waking me up in the middle of the night when I was younger. But just then, the cabin door inexplicably slams closed and the electronics lock behind me. Well played, I thought to myself, the prior hours to my nap coming back to me all at once. I stood outside the room for a minute and thought to myself, I'd been outplayed by the guy that lived here. This was his domain. He was extremely patient and calculating. It only took a few slip-ups and he'd already separated me from half my gear. I still had my sidearm backup and some of my knives, a few pieces of jerky and my radio, but that's about it. I checked my pockets and everything was still there. Thankfully, I had my glasses on. I checked my comm and it was still good, of course. I stared at the door and it now said occupied where it had said unoccupied earlier. There had been tags inside for if they wanted room service or not, and then I heard something from inside the door. Something was smacking and clawing the inside of the door. I started seeing the red occupied move and flutter. This went on for a minute or so, and I was really intrigued, as I had a feeling with a grin on my face as to what was going on. The flag switched to unoccupied, and then the door opened, with the cat defiantly shoving it open with a humph. I grabbed the door before it could close, as the cat had opened it a few inches. I rushed in so I could grab my stuff. The cat did not follow me back in. I scooped all of my belongings back up. I saw my phone which the alarm was now going off, and my battery pack, my beloved AR, and my backpack with the rest of my supplies. I calmed my phone down and put it away, and put my battery pack away, put my backpack back on, and put my AR back over me where it was supposed to be, and then out I went. The cat was outside dutifully waiting for me. I set down tiny strips of jerky and hydrated the jerky a bit with some water. Then the cat started taking tiny bits of the jerky, stepping away and gobbling it down with a cat grin. With my offering of thanks provided, I set off to hopefully make amends with the guy who had played his little trick on me. Hopefully he wasn't even more scared now than he was before. The cat must have finished its jerky and was now following me. Wait, I thought to myself, where did the cat come from? I was so used to having cats around, I even never thought about it twice when one popped up. I hadn't seen this cat before. You'd think I would have seen it, or some signs of there being cat food or cat litter. I decided to go check the kitchen and the pantry one more time to see if there was some cat food to feed the cat, also to see what the overall food stores were like, to take inventory. I went out of the cabins with the cat dutifully at my heels, and down the stairs to the first floor we went. The cat went behind the stairs for a moment, which I thought was weird, but I didn't think too much of it. I was focused on going to the kitchen. I rummaged around in the extensive kitchen pantry and discovered no cat food. There was a cat here, and no cat food, and no litter box. I see, I said to the cat, this is your ship. The cat looked at me like, no duh, you're slow. Yeah, I know, I said back to the cat. A thought formed in my head. He must have come from where my counterpart on the ship was hiding. He must have wanted to come out at some point, and you scurried away to check the situation out for yourself, being the big bad boss of the ship and all this being your territory. Well, here I am, Mr. Kitty, and don't let me assume your gender. You look like you used to be a mister. The cat looked at me rudely, then rolled its eyes as if to say that was an issue that he'd long since put to rest. Well, cat, let's go try to introduce me to your buddy, huh? The cat seemed like this was well overdue. I followed the cat back to where he was probably trying to show me before. Much to my convenience, the cat led me right to where I needed to go, and I realized in the grand stair hall that there was a concealed door developed into the side of the stairwell. It looked exactly like part of the design. I was very impressed. The ship had a concealed hull that made perfect sense, as I'm sure the luxury yacht could transport a couple of vehicles and all sorts of other items for setups and breakdowns of the various party configurations. I sat there with the cats and stared at the door with him. This was common for cats to do, and I had determined many years ago that I like to stare at doors as well, as if you could simply will them to open somehow. Just about when I had got up the nerve to knock at the door, I heard something horrible come over my comms. It sounded like kill, 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 die, die, die. I heard it in stereo though, despite me only having one earpiece in. I heard it coming through the wall as well. I took a step back from the door really quick involuntarily and bumped into the wall behind me. I had forgot there was a wall behind me. The cat got startled and started trying to get in. The door opened for a second and the cat darted in, and then the door closed. I started trying to think of something to say to the guy behind the door. But every time I tried to talk, there was more ridiculousness over the comms. Kill, die, kill, die. I told them in between their ranting. Assuming it was a him. Those guys aren't with me. I don't want them to have the ship. If you want to come help, now's your chance. I set off up the stairs to the left so I could hopefully get to the bow outcropping on the second floor. Hopefully they were idiots and announced themselves really far away, thinking they were super scary. Probably trying to terrify the poor unarmed guy and an additional new guy, maybe. Probably figured the new person on the boat was someone who can defend themselves from a few unprepared scouts. Sounded like two idiots, as the first broadcasted more bullcrap about killing and dying. I got about halfway up the stairs and heard the door open and a wait. I turned around to see a guy that seemed a little younger than me starting to follow me. He saw me turn, and then he stopped, a little startled. He said, I want to help. I don't want them boarding this ship ever again. Ever again. I used the emphasis and then tucked the thought away for later. So, without hesitation, I said, I'm going to give you my backup. That sound groovy? He nodded back. I lifted my shirt and began to hand him my backup sidearm that I had concealed. I didn't know where the pirates or whoever they were on the ship, but if they had already boarded the ship, I wanted my new companion to be armed as soon as possible. You know how to shoot at all? I asked, trying to sound as respectful as possible. He said, my friend had taken me to the range a few times. I know the basics. Okay, let's go, I said. He responded, they're still a way out. They like to taunt as they're coming in to be scary. That made sense. The radio could reach out pretty far on the open ocean, and bullies aren't ones for sneak attacks when they think they have the upper hand already. Let's go meet them up on the second floor on the outcropping. We can try to hold them there and retreat if we need to. That doesn't give us the best cover, but it gives us the best range and keeps us away from the vitals of the ship. We can crawl out there and maybe they won't see us because they'll be expecting us up high, since that's traditionally understood as the best place to defend from. I figured most people would want to use the other person as bait, but I never used anyone as bait. It was a horrible thing to do. He maybe even thought I would use him as bait, but I wouldn't. I showed him it was loaded by the indicator. Flopped the grip safety a few times and emphasized the webbing of the hand covering the grip safety, then handed it over. He kept the pistol in a safe direction and his finger off the bang switch, so I wasn't going to worry about it too much. If he backstabbed me at this point, there wasn't much I could do anyway. I needed to be able to earn his trust and fight off the pirates. Plus, I had a chance to look into his eyes, and his first priority was to save his ship, and the biggest threat was the pirates. I had imagined that the ship was a giant gun-free zone, so he didn't have the guns. Maybe he had a knife at the most, and that was it. A knife wasn't enough to fight off a whole boarding party without other skills, that's for sure. It was possible that he was lying and had gone through some form of basic training in the military, but he didn't quite have the right posture or confidence, unless he was really good at what he did and was faking it, but that was thinking way too far. I didn't see any micro-expressions in his face at all. We both nodded, and up we went. Chapter 15. Resisting Pirate Scouts. Dawn, Day 2. We ran through the gaming entertainment room and ran through the dancing entertainment room. We saw 2 jet skiers coming in from a far-off island at that point. They were maybe 400 meters away or so. I dropped my backpack inside and told him to turn his radio off and told them we needed to come around so they wouldn't see. The sun was just cresting the Cascades in the east, and it was finally possible to see outside again for the first time since last night when I first entered the Anastasia. My counterpart then took the lead and showed me how to unlock the door, and then he went outside first. I noticed he went outside first. That was very nice of him. I would have actually preferred to have gone first, but I understood why he did it. I tapped his shoulder and did the hand motion to drop down. We both crawled out to the outcropping onto the second floor. We crawled our way out to where we had a good lineup on the 2 incoming pirates. I got my AR out, flicked the lens cap off, and turned on the red dot. I flicked off the safety with my finger still off the trigger. With that, my counterpart got his pistol out. My pistol that I had given him. I whispered to him we would need to wait until they got closer. This was both to help them become more than shadows and so they would be a bit easier targets. My pistol was only started to get decently accurate at a little over 100 meters. I could do 300 meters fairly well with my AR and my budget red dot sight. I didn't have a magnifier on it, but that's because it screwed with my eyesight and glasses really bad. Some people thought I was dumb for that, but those people were wrong for my specific situation. I wasn't going to get migraines and vertigo over an optic choice that I could train around. The 2 pirate scouts had closed in about 350 meters at this point. They were looking up and nowhere near us, which is exactly what I wanted. We were more or less in a shadow, which meant the brain would scan right past us when trying to find us. When they got in around 325 meters or so, they started zigzagging. I let out a sigh. Apparently they had done this before, or were just showing off. I wasn't sure. It didn't matter. I let them get in at about the 200-yard range and whispered, "Fire in the hole," and exhaled. My counterpart whispered back and said, "Send it," which almost made me chuckle and lose my breath. I wasn't focused in at this point, though, and led the shot a little bit high and forward to get their attention. My red dot being a little bit smaller than their silhouette is the best way to judge distance. I was hoping I was choosing the one that was the least trained and confident out of the two. I took the shot and it was a little high and to the right as the jet skier started coming well within the 175 meter range or so. He paused to look. Instead of taking evasive maneuvers, the pirate would have heard the bullet zinging by and then the bang. Most untrained people froze when they got shot at, trying to analyze instead of getting off the X. Clearly he was confused as to where that shot could have come from and marking at the audacity that someone would shoot at them. I slightly adjusted as he stopped moving, and as to where my shot had been off, I took windage into account, leveled my rifle right on target, and squeezed off 5 rounds, starting up a bit and below him, and then I used the recoil to climb my way up. Every half breath. The pirate went down, as did his jet ski as he came into the 150 meter range. I went to find his pirate buddy to already see that he had circled and was on his way out of the 250 meters and on at an angle. It wasn't that I couldn't hit that, I just didn't want to waste the ammo. I knew I would need every bullet. I did a tactical reload, popped my mag out, put in a new mag, and got back on the original target. He was leaving a bloody trail in the water, straight towards the ship as he tried to swim towards it. I suppose he thought we would try to take him prisoner or some strange thing. The cold water would close up those wounds, and we would waste valuable resources trying to save him, and who knows what other kinds of chaos. It would be in time for his buddies to come and rescue him and do who knows what to us, or he could bail with intel after we fixed him up too, who knows. I looked over to my right, and my counterpart had my pistol leveled at the pirate. What are your thoughts? I said. He can't be allowed on the ship, he responded. So I said, well, from this far out with no wind, that pistol's going to be putting rounds within the size of a car window or so. Sounds good, he responded. I said, ready or not, fire when you're ready. He responded, shooter ready. The next few minutes were spent range practice on the pirate in the water. The first few rounds didn't dissuade the pirate at all. I was trying to figure out the psychology of the whole situation. Was he even more angry at us? Did he think he was going to board and kill us? Did he honestly think that he was going to parlay? What a joke. After several rounds, the action actually seemed to give the pirate a second wind, and he seemed to swim with more vigor. I thought to myself. My counterpart's mag ran out, and he seemed kind of disappointed. I chuckled and gave him another mag. He popped the mag in, handed the other one to me, and then I put it in my pocket. Then he popped in the new mag I gave him. This one was an extended mag. He racked the slide, and by the second shot had got the pirate again. I was starting to think that these pirates were on drugs or something. It seemed like a good hit, but Mr. Pirate was still swimming towards us. I thought out loud. My counterpart had got my firearm dialed in really well now, though, and 2 out of the next 3 shots landed well. The defensive rounds seemed to finally be working. That was enough for the pirate, and he finally stopped moving. I flicked the safety of my AR back on and asked, "What's up with that, huh?" As we both looked at the body, it started twitching. Something was tugging on it, and then it got dragged down into the abyss. "Hey, shark, cool," my counterpart said. "I wonder which one it was." "Yeah, I don't know," I responded. "There's a few species out here, and only a couple attack people. I'm guessing a 7 gil. He responded, "I've heard of great whites around here rarely, but I just chalked it up to urban legends. Been out here a long time and never seen one, but it was cool to see whatever it was. Damn pirates." "Yeah," I responded, "we probably have an hour or two until they figure out what to do with us. Let's go downstairs and go over what just happened." "Sounds good," he responded. He thought about how to hand the pistol back to me and ended up handing the pistol back to me with the pistol reversed in my direction with him holding the barrel and slide. I received it without looking at it, but looking at him in the eyes. There was a satisfaction there and a twinkle of a job well done. I let him put the pistol in my hand and closed the hand around my grip, indexing my pointer finger, the slide. We both nodded to each other, and he let go, and I lifted my shirt and reholstered my backup sidearm back into concealment. I turned my red dot back off and closed the lens cap. We started walking back around to the door that got unlocked moments earlier, and when we got closer, he scurried on ahead. I imagined for a second him trying to lock me back out, and then grinned. He held the door open for me, and then we went inside. "Thank you," I said. "You are most welcome," he responded. He locked the door behind me and then ran over to the other side of the office to make sure they were still gone, and they were. I picked up my backpack, and then we went down to the grand stair hall to a secret lair in the hull of the ship. He waved a badge over a secret area, and a bolt opened from inside somewhere. He pressed a panel, and it leveraged the door open. He held the door open again and said, "After you." Chapter 16, The Missing Piece, Hull, Morning, Day 2. I was sure at this point to not let my guard down. He didn't have a big pipe in his hand or anything he could bonk me with, but I erred on the side of caution. As soon as I went in, I found a place to scoot over to the side so he could go ahead of me. But when I stopped and scooted to the side, he stopped as well. Then he said he wanted to show me around. He handed me a copy of the floor plan of the ship, sans the hull for future reference as a sign of trust. I traded him for the pair of keys I had liberated outside the pool, which he was thankful for and put away. He explained that we were in the hull of the ship, which was kept secret, so the ship's patrons wouldn't have caused any issues. He said he would give me a brief introduction to the area, and I let him know that would be very nice. He must have realized that I was uncomfortable and that this would help me be more relaxed. The first thing we did was walk past the power banks. They powered the engines and most of the ship's functions. He explained how much energy the ship brought in through hidden solar panels. There were some on the roof in a garden that grew fresh fruits and vegetables. There were also solar panels worked into all the siding on the yacht that were transparent, tinted windows. He walked me to the next area. I noticed the hot water tanks as we walked. He explained that the passive power systems brought in enough energy to work all the cameras and the doors, and enough to charge his equipment. He asked if I needed to charge my equipment, and I respectfully declined. He showed me the cameras and showed me where they came in from. We took a moment to look at the cameras and make sure no pirates were making an abrupt second run. It was unlikely, but it was good to make sure. The sun was high enough in the sky now to where we could see a mile or so out to the west where they were coming in from. We checked the other directions as well, but it was nice to be able to see quite far in the westerly direction. There was an island that they came from, he pointed out. He said there was a few more things he wanted to show me, then we could sit down for a bit if I wanted. We walked to another area that looked like a loading dock for vehicles. There I saw an armored van that looked like it had had a previous life as driving currency for a bank. It had several updates, though, as it appeared to have a green turtle shell-styled armor now, in addition to its prior armor. My ship counterpart explained that they had begun retrofitting the armored van for urban warfare and wanted it to strike fear in the ninjas that were taking over the city. Apparently the van itself had been transporting armor covertly, so they decided to use some of it. I guess some of the staff or customers on the yacht had been mechanics or prior vehicle aftermarket outfitters. They realized they could never go back to land when the ninjas phased out and the new government fully took over. The turtle van, as they affectionately called it, just stayed here hiding. They could never let the other side get a hold of the armor anyways. It was all military vehicle plating. Even the armored civilian van alone would give them an advantage. The vehicle plating would be a force multiplier that was immeasurable. I agreed. He explained they were supposed to make a drop-off to Bremerton as part of their tour, but obviously it didn't happen. That's where they ideally would have dropped the armor back off for safekeeping. The thought hung in the air for a moment, and we moved on to food storage. He explained that they had enough food to last 60 people for several weeks. They dropped half off to go to the mainland and had enough to last a month or more if augmented with fresh food from the garden that he was able to fish. He also explained that they had crab pots, but without the main engine on, he couldn't lower the internal access to the ocean floor. I was confused as to what he was talking about, but thankfully this was the next stop on our tour. In the hull, there was an area that was closed off and could be flooded that actually had a hydroplane in it. It could lift up on hydraulics and then would be at appropriate sea level to shoot out. My tour guide explained that the customers loved this, and they were the same mechanics that kept the hydroplane in order when the ones that had kept the hydroplane in order were the ones that worked on the armored van. The hydroplane's designation was Annie, which was short for Anastasia, I was told. Annie was sky blue and had an aggressive red shark face painted internally on the U-shape that extended forward of the cockpit. I remember loving hydroplane racing as a kid. That was our version of NASCAR and Formula One, and I missed it so much. I had to remain focused, though. I didn't want to let my guard down for a second. I looked around and had lost my counterpart for a second and saw him walking back to the security monitors. "I want to make sure we have eyes on them," he said to me. I responded that that was a good idea. We both sat down so we could face the monitors, but before I sat down I took my bag off and set it on the table. I broke out my bag so I could start to reload my mags. He offered me a water bottle that he got out of a case, and I happily accepted. He got one out for him too, and we bunked water bottles together and opened them. I began loading my 5.56 mag first, singing the song in my head. Oh, wee oh, there's a demon inside. As I put each bullet in, bullet by bullet. Oh, wee oh, just like Jekyll and Hyde. The box of bullets was empty as there weren't many bullets left in it. I saved every box, so there were shell containers later just in case. I thought back and realized all of my casings had flung themselves into the water to become relics to maybe get found later, but probably not. Oh well, I thought to myself. For having a little battle on the water, that was the least of my problems. I got my next box opened and noticed I had an audience as my counterpart watched me load my AR mag. Oh, yo, so much anger inside. Bullet by bullet, I continued. Oh, yo, just like Jekyll and Hyde. A few more bullets and that was it, all full 30 round mags. A full mag is a happy mag, I said out loud, and he said back to me, I know that song. And I realized I had been humming the song. He finished a part of the song. All I want to do is live my life. Exactly, I responded. We both sat in silence as I got out my 9mm ammo and started reloading my mags from my backup sidearm, watching the cameras. As I loaded my short mag, I decided to try to start up a conversation. There was a lot to cover and not a lot of time. People call me the analyst usually. We don't really use names. What do people call you? He sounded sullen. Well, before all the crew got taken, they would call me Eyes. That's because I like to watch everyone on the cameras, and if there was anything they needed to know, I would let them know right away. I could tell he was sad, but I had to ask. What happened to the rest of the crew after all the people that wanted to go back to the mainland got synced up with their ride? Well, he said, everyone remaining was fine with the extended 3-day voyage around the storm. We sailed around the worst part of the storm, and that worked really well. After that, the captain had promised we would break the news to the passengers. Eyes continued. We had everyone in the dining room, and he broke the news about what had happened in the city. They were actually relieved. It turns out they weren't from there, and all their families were on board or safely far away. They wouldn't have wanted to return specifically to that city anyway. I nodded, and Eyes continued. The captain had a few suggestions that we all compiled as ways to return them to shore, and we proposed them to the crew. Everyone agreed immediately that going to Sealth was out of the picture. A strange new National Guard group that nobody had ever heard of had restored order to Sealth and installed a new government. We could try to make it to one of those larger islands, but resources wouldn't last there for very long and would be a drain on them. Eyes continued. Some asked if they could be dropped off in Bremerton or Bellingham. We tried to radio our military contacts in Bremerton, and they failed our fire recognition, so we didn't even bother trying to get into visual range. We assumed that they had been taken over there, been an evac or some combination of the two. So we set off for Bellingham to drop off the passengers. Eyes took a drink from his water, and I mine. I had finished filling my mags at this point and put my AR mag back in its pouch, and I told Eyes I needed to swap mags on my backup sidearm for a second so he wouldn't freak out. I made sure I'd be pointing it in a safe direction because I'm sure this looks weird to people who don't know what's going on. I still had the extended mag from earlier. I safely and fluidly drew the pistol from concealment, closely as I'd practiced so many times. Popped the mag out, I let it fall into my hand and set it on the table. Grabbed the short mag and slammed it into my backup sidearm, checked the round indicator, and there was a round chambered, so I didn't need to rack the slide. Then I holstered my backup sidearm into its concealed holster. I finished topping off the extended mag and put it where I placed the special mag for my backup sidearm. Then I set my backpack on the floor and tucked the straps in so I wouldn't get tripped on it if I got up. In regards to my backup sidearm's magazines, I keep those mags separate from my main sidearm since that pistol takes a separate single stack mag. My main sidearm's mags sit in front of my AR mags on my chest rig. Those magazines both fit 9mm bullets, but they are double stack mags. They're taller, and because they're taller and wider, actually fit in my chest rig a lot better. I keep the mags in separate places so I don't accidentally grab the wrong mags on accident when training, and muscle memory have taken over in combat. He offered me some breakfast. He had some dry cereal, some of the kind that was wheat and had the frosting. He poured me a big cup, and I started popping them in my mouth one at a time. He did the same, and then he continued with the story as we both watched the monitors. We were out around one of the islands and wanted to get back to where we had a straight shot at Bellingham. We noticed we'd attracted some attention and we couldn't outrun them. Apparently it didn't take long for piracy to take over. As they chased us, they yelled, "Kill, kill, kill, die, die, die," over the marine frequency, which I admit was terrifying and disorienting the first time. We tried to outrun them, but we couldn't. The captain killed the engines and gave me everyone's key cards for being able to turn the engines on and access any of the secure doors and told me to hide. Eyes looked very upset at this point and continued, so I took all the passes and came down here. The boat was adrift at that point. Everyone had improvised weapons, but there was honestly no way they could fight off the pirates. They tried to hold them off at the dock entry, but the pirates just shot at them. Then they were able to board and kettled everybody onto the ships they had and took them away. They left an occupying force on the yacht, but soon realized they had no way of getting it to run. Eyes was determined to finish his story as we both munched on our cereal, drank our water, and watched the cameras. They'd already ferried the passengers off, and so there's really no civilians left to use as leverage against the crew. The pirates tried to make the crew tell them where the passkeys were to turn everything back on, but they didn't know. They had given them to the captain had given them to me, but he wasn't going to tell. I had to watch as they executed the crew members one by one, trying to make the captain tell them where the pass keys to the ship were. Then they killed the captain. Then I concluded, I'm the last surviving crew member of the ship. I couldn't let them have the ship. I can't let them have the ship. So what'd you do? I asked. Well, I said, I waited until they got comfortable and started this little program that we used on some of our events that were for the haunted cruise. Basically, people can sign up and they can come on the ship and pretend like it's haunted. Eyes got this disgusted but intrigued look on his face. Basically, imagine we can project fear into people, and at the same time we mess with the systems around the ship, driving people nuts. Of course, I control it all from here and always make sure people don't go too crazy. Basically, just to mess with people and spook them out a little bit. I would never want to make people completely stark raving terrified, because even though people act like they want that, they really don't. It's a fine balancing act. We both nodded and he continued. So I have a protective barrier around the hull here, and I can turn the rest on and off accordingly. That way, if people think they're smart and are around the ship, I can still get to them during these events and gently nudge them back to where they're supposed to be. Never to be used on fellow staff, of course. We both nodded and laughed. Eyes continued. After the pirates boarded with the telltale kill kill die die over the comms, the ship spent several days just drifting through the ocean. They couldn't figure out how to get any of it to work, and they couldn't find me. Rather, they didn't know there was a hole and hadn't put two and two together, so I just sat here and learned their patterns. After a few days of me learning their patterns and more drifting through the ocean, and one night I flipped the prototype fear engine on, slow at first when they started to sleep, then scaled it up to full blast once they were fully out. We both munched on our cereal some more and looked at the monitors to make sure nobody was coming. Within moments they began thrashing around in their sleep, then they awoke, hitting full panic terror mode. I didn't know what they saw, but about a third of them gouged their eyes out or smashed their heads in within a few minutes. Pirate leader barely got off the ship alive. He killed the two surviving pirates that actually would have made it off with him due to his sheer paranoia. Ice finished his sentence and offered me some more cereal, which I happily accepted. Then he topped his cup off as well. We both took swigs of water, and then he continued. I stayed in here because I couldn't figure out what to do. The ship drifted for a few weeks. Thankfully, the pirates waited a while because the fear engine takes a while to recharge with the amount of juice I poured into them, so I waited in here hiding with the kitty, which is good to keep the mice off the ship and away from the food. Also, he's a therapy kitty, which makes the crew feel better if they get sick for any reason. Anyway, I kept debating on going out to clean up. It was horrible having to see my dead friends strewn about the ship and the horrible mangled pirate crew. My counterpart continued as we looked at the monitors and ate our cereal. I was just about to start the cleanup process, thinking they hadn't come back, as we drifted along for a few weeks when they came back. They must have thought the last people were lying or something. I immediately turned the fear engine on low and ramped it up as they saw each one of the bodies. By the time I'd gotten up to about 70% power, but half the boarding crew killed the other half trying to complete their exit off the ship. We both munched on our cereal and watched the monitors, then I asked, "Then what happened?" He continued, "Well, apparently that was almost it for them. They had lost 10 to 15 crew members because of the two events and decided the losses were too high. Something about the ship being haunted. And that's how the rumor got started?" I concluded. "Yes," he confirmed. "So what about the anchor going down in the cleanup?" I asked. "Well," he responded, "after that second boarding failure, I let the ship drift a few more days since we were in fairly open waters. This was to see if the pirates were going to come back again, and it seemed my plan had worked. The pirates didn't seem to want to come back, so I gave all the bodies a proper sea burial and promptly cleaned up." I asked if the pirates had left any guns left behind that he could have scavenged. His answer was that apparently the second crew was instructed to round up all the guns and take them with, so the second crew didn't come with any weapons at all because they didn't expect anyone to be there. They ended up using the guns against their own crew and the second boarding against each other trying to exit, and the guns were lost at sea. That made sense to me because I imagined firearms and ammo were becoming more and more of a premium. Thoughts being, why waste them, especially if your boarding parties were going to go nuts anyway. Probably only left the officer with the gun, but the officers died at sea, then disappeared. Right around then, I felt something bump against my leg. There was a cat twirling around my leg. I let my arm hang down, which made the cat happy. It reminded Eyes that he was supposed to feed the cat, so we did. That made the cat happy, and the cat started eating. Eyes came back and remembered that he forgot to tell me that there was more to the story, so with the cat fed, he continued. So I checked the bodies all at night, and there was no way the pirates from their island could see. There wasn't anything worth saving, so they all got a sea burial. My shipmates got a special little ceremony that I came up with to honor them. I had hoped that I did them proud by at least being able to save the ship. I bleached the heck out of the ship to try to make her pretty again so I could look through the cameras without seeing the horror. It was still hard to look at it without seeing it, but at least the healing process could start. I nodded and he continued. As soon as the ship drifted into a spot that I thought was good and neutral for me to see in all directions, I decided to drop the anchor. I dropped the anchor on the starboard side since we were facing south, since the tide would pull us east and inland. We've been anchored here ever since, slowly getting pulled to the shore by the waves. Eventually the pirates got suspicious that the boat strangely cleaned and anchored itself, and then they came on board again. This wasn't the normal kill and die rhetoric this time, but it was definitely pirates. They were scouts like what we saw earlier, but sneaky, like they thought they didn't want to disturb the ship or something. That made me snicker a bit, and he rolled his eyes. We both chuckled more. Eyes then continued with the story as we ate our cereal and watched the monitors. I juiced them up with a moderate dosage of the fear engine when they got on board. It wasn't enough to drive them insane, but enough to where they wouldn't want to play anymore. I wonder if the cleanliness and the sterility in the place where there had been so much brutality had some kind of weird inverse effect. Either way, they got off quick. It's better if I can get it focused on them, like in a hallway or a room, but when they're on the outside of the ship, I can get them with just enough to shoo them away once the suggestion is latched on. This third group must have been reconning because someone from their side noticed you board and do your sweeps without immediately running away. Of course, I saw you approach from the other direction and you didn't announce with the kill and die nonsense. At first I thought you would just be locked outside, and so I wasn't worried. I kept munching as he spoke, and we checked the cameras and took a swig of water. Still nobody coming, thankfully, although it felt like it would be soon. You kept checking around. I didn't think much of it. I figured it would be dark and you'd give up and go back to shore. There are bad guys on shore too, and I really can't trust anyone. I had no way to calm you for any kind of friendly check. I'm sorry. No problem, I said back. Go ahead and finish. I'm interested in hearing the rest of your side. He continued, so I tried zapping you with low dosages when you landed anyway, but it wasn't doing anything, so I gave up. Then I lost sight of you around the back of the second floor, and then I remembered that I had left the third floor open. I had no idea there was a way up to the third floor, but I had a weird feeling. I have cameras on the pool, but I couldn't see you really at all. I ran up to the third floor in an attempt to lock the captain's conference room just in time to run into you. I had left it open as a convenience to get to and from the garden up on the roof, since it's pretty secure up there. The outer doors have to be manually locked without the main power, so it's easier to keep them unlocked. I have this paranoia about locking myself out, you see. Even when you have a key, when you're the only one, you worry about what happens if you get locked out. How would you get back in without destroying everything? So you leave certain doors unlocked so you never have to worry about locking yourself out if you know they're secure. Yeah, believe me, I know exactly what you mean, I responded. Eyes continued. So I wasn't sure if I'd be able to make it to the door in time to beat you, but I knew I could make it to my hideout before you, so that's what I did. Then I waited in here with my cat and tried to zap you with the fear machine a few times, but honestly it wasn't doing much. I wanted to conserve most of the power for when you were asleep. When you finally went to sleep, I hit you with all the remaining juice, and, well, it didn't really do much. What gives? He asked. I chuckled, then responded, yeah, me and nightmares go way back. I learned how to control my nightmares and fear a long time ago. I saw some pretty upsetting things in that massive night terror, but honestly it wasn't anything I couldn't deal with. Still, it wasn't how I normally would have liked to handle things. In hindsight, what strikes me as odd is that the kid in my dream had an aura of horrible danger following him, but posed no actual threat. Eyes blinked at me a few times and responded, yeah, that's what it does. It's just arbitrarily assigns fear and terror to things. Normally, you would have helped the child, but it gave off the opposite responses. So you reacted completely the natural way. Don't worry about it. So after that, when I saw those measures didn't work, I bumped over to some other methods. Oh, you mean the radio and the alarm, I asked. Yes, Eyes responded, then continued. We have some tricks we can do with equipment all over the ship that can work in tandem with our prototype fear engine to give people the spooky ship effect. So I messed with your radio and hit the alarm and locked the door. That would have separated you from most of your gear and put you at some sort of disadvantage, but the cat promptly opened the door and let you back in. Yes, the cat, I responded. What was the cat doing out anyway? Eyes responded, after us both glancing at the cameras again and taking swigs of water. Well, you see, you didn't lock the door upstairs up on the 3rd floor, and I wanted to go lock it. Then the cat, well, I guess the cat wanted to go re-sniff everything and patrol. I knew I couldn't corner or catch the cat in time, and especially without causing tons of noise. So I went and locked the door up on 3rd while you were still sleeping and came right back in here. Ended up seeing on my cameras that the cat was on the other side of the ship, which was well away from the local effects of the machine. So I turned on the machine. It was pretty much full power. All the power the machine had left, local to just the room you were in, and, well, you know the rest. The cat had finished eating and came back and did a twirl around my leg and then a twirl around Eyes. It was an apology. As much of an apology as you could get from a cat. That's sort of an I'm sorry, but I did actually because I know better than you. Eyes resigned to the cat's judgment and rustled the cat's fur on his head, and the cat started purring. I guess that was about as much of an apology as anyone was going to get. Cats sure are awesome like that. I was sure he was thinking about it, but I wanted to apologize first anyway. We ended up trying to talk at the same time. I insisted on going first, and he relented. So I began. I'm sorry for accidentally bringing the pirates here. I had no intel that there were pirates operating in the area. Had I known, we would have set up staged operations to wipe the pirates out. Eyes began to respond that it was okay, and that they would have eventually come back anyway. The engine would have likely not been able to recharge enough. The gears were also turning in his head as to this we business, as I saw some facial expressions go off when I said that. They probably would have found me out and busted in here. I couldn't keep them scared out forever. I'm sure they were close to figuring it out. Also, this prototype for engine doesn't have optimized energy efficiency, so there was diminishing returns with how the pirates were attacking a little too frequently. I thought to myself, he can't start the ship up and leave because they would just get him again, so he's stuck. Would he even want to leave? There's still so much to talk about. I wonder if he's even ready to move on. I'd like to try to find him a place to go where he can be happy and not have to constantly be in fear from pirates anymore. I knew he wouldn't abandon the ship. I knew that those pirates would be coming back, and it was because of me. He would have lasted at least a little longer if I hadn't shown up and basically led the pirates to believe it was okay to come here. Kill, 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 kill suddenly came over both of our comms at the same time, and then a die, 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 die. Then about 10 more variations. At this point, I lost track and stopped trying to see if there was any information to glean from their attempts at intimidation and hyping. I switched my comms channel off of the main marine channel and told him to shut his comms off for now. We looked in the cameras and spotted the pirates after a moment. They were only tiny specks and then something a little bigger, but it was definitely them. Come on, Eyes. We're gonna show those pirates it was a bad idea to come back. He nodded. Chapter 17, In the Garden of Eden. Roof, mid-morning, day 2. The pirates were coming in a little slower this time, and they were being more cautious. This gave us a little more time. Follow me, I said to Eyes. Same plan, he asked, with a tone that was skeptical if the same plan was going to be successful for a second time. He seemed to wonder if any plan was going to be successful and was looking to me for confidence. Same, but different, you'll see, I responded. I had a few more tricks up my sleeve. Not a ton, but a few. I grabbed my bag, and we made sure Kitty stayed in the hole for safety, and ran up the Grand Hall stairs, then ran through 2 entertainment rooms. We ran through the crew offices, and then up through the bridge. We looked out to make sure the pirates were still far away and out to the west, and they were. Eyes unlocked the door out to the east, and we went up to the roof garden. I quietly told them we were going to do a low crawl, and they absolutely cannot see us for the plan to work. This had to be a complete and total surprise. I took my bag off and dragged it alongside me in the crawl. We crawled through a huge garden which offered a lot of cover and concealment in what had the potential to be a beautiful summer day. We crawled in between batched together companion plant crops. There was a bean patch that had celery, corn, cucumbers, radish, and strawberries. We crawled around that plot, and there was a corn patch that had cucumber, melon, squash, beans, and more beans. I imagine later there would be pumpkins in there too, later in the season. There were maybe 8 of these patches total. I wasn't sure, but they were huge. We crawled by another one that looked like a peas one that was beans, carrots, corn, cucumbers, radishes, and turnips. I looked at the labels as I went by. They all said like no GMO, which meant nothing in them was genetically modified. I also saw signs that said they were all heirlooms, which meant they could take the seeds and grow new ones. As we crawled to the edge of the garden, it reminded me that the seed companies had basically made it illegal to reproduce plants. They had convinced Course that they had manipulated the genetic makeup of plants so much that they owned the reproductive rights of them. Instead of just letting nature work things out, they had played creator, and it had become nearly impossible to buy seeds that we could regrow new plants from ourselves. It looked like this yacht had a supply of good heirloom seeds somehow and kept them fresh, which is good for them, which is good for their longevity. I looked to my left, and there was a greenhouse. There must have been a gardener on board. It was maybe big enough for a person and a single plot size of plants. That doesn't seem great for full-size plants, but it actually was for tiny seedlings for winter. With that, we finished our crawl to the edge, and we had plenty of cover and concealment. There were steel benches that wrapped the garden, and the wall came up about 6 inches before turning into steel railing. This is where we would go up. Or, this is where we would set up. They had no idea we were here. The pirates were still coming in slow and well over 1,000 meters out. Eyes was looking at me and looking at them. He could tell there was a lot of them. Hey, there's a lot of them. You think we can stop them all? Eyes asked. In truth, I didn't think we could, but I wasn't going to say that. The plan actually in my head was to hold them off. Maybe we could keep them shooed away long enough for the fear engine to recharge, and we could hide. That could buy us a few more hours at least. I had no idea. I had thought of trying to power up the ship and radioing out, though, but they would see us. It wouldn't help because backup would have no way of getting here any sooner than whatever they were planning regardless. There would be a high chance of transmission interception anyway. It was easy enough to listen in on the common radio bands. It only took a few seconds to find out that a signal was being broadcast on and then start listening in. So, as a general rule, we maintained radio silence until things were already in motion. We used code words for actions en route anyway, and unfortunately we hadn't established any with the land team before the mission. They really only left me with a basic plan. I tried to give him as confident of a sounding plan as I could. Eyes, we're going to let them get into what's called a kill zone, and then we are going to try to ambush them. You remember about how good your aim was with my sidearm? That's exactly what we're going to do this time. Except, we're both going to wait and then be shooting at the same time. How's that sound? He looked at me and he smiled and gave a thumbs up. I'm going to let you have my main sidearm this time instead of my backup. It mechanically works the same, except you'll have about 220 rounds of ammo instead of what you had earlier. I peeked up just slightly and the pirates were within 1,000 meters in closing. For this ambush to work right, we're going to have to be on opposite ends of the roof, so they can't easily tell where the rounds are coming from. That'll be the best we can do for this ambush. Is there anything in specific I'm looking for? I was asked. Great question, I responded. Anyone who looks like they're in charge, anyone who's piloting a boat. Most importantly, if you see anyone with a rifle that has a scope on it, or someone that's looking through binoculars, anyone that has a rifle and scope is your absolute top priority, or if they salute someone or seem to be taking commands from someone. Also, once we suppress them, we'll be taking slower shots, making sure we make our hits count. That'll exponentially slow them down, hopefully leaving us with only a few of the least threatening and trained to deal with. Eyes nodded. I gave him 5 mags, which he put in his pocket. Then I gave him my main sidearm and showed him the indicator that it was loaded. He kept it pointed in a safe direction the whole time and kept his finger off the trigger. Remember that they don't know we're up here. They have no idea where we are. They initially thought we were up here, and they were wrong, and one of them paid for it. Now they think we'll be down here. We'll only have one chance to make this count. We need to get as many of them as possible, use our element of surprise to full advantage. It may seem like you have a lot of ammunition, but it is going to go fast. Only shoot quickly if you need to suppress them, otherwise, don't hesitate to take a few precise shots, duck down, and move a little if you need to, so you aren't popping up in the same place twice after the initial assault. Eyes gave me another thumbs up. I popped my head up and they were within 800 meters or so. We were out of time. Anything else? I asked, and he shook his head. Okay, I said. I'll let you take the first shot this time since it's your ship. You remember your aim and distance from last time. We won't stop firing until we've driven them back. The exit phrase will be parrot. That will mean to get the hell down to the hull immediately, okay? Eyes nodded grimly. I hated to say that part, but I hated lying also. It pissed me off to no end when people refused to plan for an exit. I peeked up and the pirates were within 700 meters. It was time to split up. I closed my eyes and said a quick prayer for both of us. Please help us be okay. Thanks for everything we have, and thanks for new friends. If today's the day, then that's the way it goes. I opened my eyes and saw a tear in his eye, and we fist bumped, and that was that. Chapter 18, Resisting Pirate Wedge. Roof mid-morning, day 2. We each crawled off to our spots. I poked my head up to check on the pirates. They had got closer now, maybe around 600 meters. Plenty close enough for me to see better with my binoculars. I counted several jet skis, way too many to be able to shoot them all. Several 8-foot boats with 3 to 4 guys in them apiece. I counted 2 20-footers, and then at the front of it there was a 100-footer. That would be the flagship. Sure enough, it had a black and red pirate flag with the anarchy symbol on it. Sure, I thought to myself, that's probably where all the dedicated marksmen would be, but I didn't see any, so possibly, but not assuredly. I could see people looking around, but they were scanning all over. They weren't looking in any specific place. There was one person with binoculars on the deck of the 100-footer, and he was looking down at the first and second floors. I couldn't imagine it would be very easy since he was essentially still staring into the sun. Maybe that's what they had been waiting for, the sun to get up on the horizon a little bit. I didn't know. Either way, at least I knew the sun wasn't going to be glinting off my glass to give away my location. I decided to put my binoculars away anyway because it started to make me feel self-conscious. I always imagine like in the movies where the two people in binoculars locked eyes. I'd only been up for a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity when you were doing recon. I looked over to make sure I had line of sight with eyes, and I did. He looked back at me, and I made an okay sign back to him. He made a thumbs up back to me, and I pointed to my eyes and then motioned back down to the water, and he nodded. When I poked my head back up, the pirates were within 500 meters. It would be any minute now at their pace. We popped our heads up again, and it was 400 meters, then 300. This was the hardest part because they were so close. They stopped at 300 meters and seemed sort of confused. At this point, we didn't poke our heads up any longer and just listened. There seemed to be some sort of debate going on. I imagine the debate being that nobody wanted to go first, and nobody actually wanted to board the vessel. That was pretty funny. I had to stop myself from cracking up for a second. In a perfect scenario, we actually had more than enough ammo to take all of them out. There was probably at most 25 to 35 of them. We had more than enough ammo for that, but realistically, if they were all as locked and loaded as I was, they could theoretically be carrying around 10,000 rounds of ammo between them. Granted, that was probably a little extreme because some of them were probably carrying AKs, which were a little heavier, but it's just as likely that some of them could be carrying ARs and 8 mags, or even 10, and if each of them had a full-size sidearm on them with 5 mags, it was really easy to get that ammo count with 30 guys or so. So while it seems like me carrying 300 rounds in mags is a lot, and having a little extra in my bag to reload, it isn't an absolute joke. It is an absolute joke what I'm going up against. Yet here they are, hanging out at 300 meters. Again, in actuality, I could hit them at 300 meters. I just don't want to in this case. A few of my friends back home with their bigger rifles would have been done by now with this already. However, if I started engaging them now, they would just back off and I wouldn't have much effect. Then my battle buddy on the other side would be completely ineffective. We need to draw them into the kill zone. Sometimes that means playing dead through the first stage until we can get the bad guys. Until the bad guys get to the second stage. That way we can bring our full strength to bear all at once. So they are at like 300 meters still, debating on who's going to go first and who's going to try to board the boat. And even if they do make it past that zone, you'd think they would have planned this out already ahead of time. Apparently all they did was rush everyone together to come assault the yacht with no plan. Now that they're here, they're having second thoughts. Then out of nowhere we hear a gunshot from out near the ships and a splash in the water. I suppose that means the issue was resolved. Within moments I hear the engines are having a lot of cheering, and then they breach the final 300 meter mark. I feel comfortable at this point poking my head up to look, and they are quickly closing the gap to 250 meters. Around 100 meters is when I was going to open up, I imagine. I start to search for targets and see that the 8-foot boats each have a rifleman on board but no scopes. The 20-foot boats each have a rifleman, one of which has a scope. The 100-footer has a spotter and several riflemen with scopes. My only hopes were that those scopes were just for show and that they weren't actually trained in precision shooting in the ocean. We would find out soon, though, because I felt like the pirates were getting in Ai's comfort range. I just needed to make sure I was choosing a target that he probably wasn't shooting. I picked a target on the left, 20-footer. He seemed to be quite alert and looking around as if quite determined. I didn't like that at all. Hopefully Ai's had found someone similar on his side. I slowly and carefully got my rifle ready, flicked my lens caps off at the front and rear of my red dot and turned it on. I flicked my safety off with my finger off the trigger and got on my target and inhaled. As if on cue, a shot rang out to my right and I opened up on my target. My target, instead of looking at me, had been looking in completely the wrong place, then looked over to where Eyes was. That made sense to a novice. That's where he heard the shot. That was a rookie mistake, though. Sorry, last mistake. My shot was a clean hit and got him center mass. He went down. Since I was in the vicinity, I got the rest of the boat's occupants as well. Instead of them trying to aim where I was to cover their friends going down, they all had to scramble to go to his aid. I heard eyes to the right of me shoot several more times in succession. I wasn't sure if he was hitting. It was good if he was, but he was going to do good work no matter what. I needed to give him cover fire to make sure they weren't getting a line on him. I quickly scooted back across the line a bit, so I wasn't in exactly the same spot, and then cover fired on the large boat. They would be sweeping the area trying to find fire to direct. I couldn't let them get a bead on Eyes. Eyes emptied his first mag and ducked down to reload. That was good timing. Instead of firing indiscriminately at the large boat, I went back to the left side to check on the 8-footers that were over there. There were 2 8-footers left on my side and 4 jet skis. I started shooting at one of the 8-footers, but I found them harder to track and hit. I felt like it was because they had sped up their boat or because of the adrenaline, I wasn't sure. Eyes popped back up in a new spot and had resumed firing a new mag at this point. With the opportunity available, I dumped the rest of my mag into one of the 8-footers, then quickly reloaded a fresh mag. That left me with 5 full spare mags remaining for my AR. Eyes had 4 full spare mags remaining for the 9mm. When I popped back up, I saw the 8-footer I was shooting at decided to turn around and head in the wrong direction. I immediately got a bead back on the lead 100-footer and opened back up. It wasn't a moment too soon because I started taking fire from them. It was missing me, but it was close enough to where I was sure they weren't guessing. Probably stopped firing into the empty shadowy portions and realized we were higher. However, the rounds were only zinging overhead for now. So once I got a few shots at the 100-footer, that made the incoming shots stop. I was very thankful for that. It gave me a few seconds to scan the ship and try to find the long-distance scout. I didn't see him, but I saw someone pointing towards me, so he got rounds sent in his direction, and he went down. Hopefully that would discourage people from pointing at me during this engagement. I heard Eyes sending more rounds at targets as well, and I know they were closing within 150 meters now. They would be able to board very soon. I still couldn't find the target I wanted on their ships and decided on a gamble. I dumped the rest of my second mag onto their ship into where I estimated the bridge was. Maybe I could get the ship stopped or slowed down or something, or maybe I could hit the captain or someone else in there. I didn't know, but I had to try to slow that ship down. It could have the bulk of the boarding crew in it that wasn't on the 20-footers. I emptied my second mag, dropped down as I dropped the mag, then slammed in my third mag. 4 spare mags left for my AR. The pirates still weren't coming up from their cover and concealment. That's another thing about 5.56 ammo. It doesn't go through material very well. The large calibers would absolutely be shredding their boats right now, especially if I had a shotgun with rifled slugs, but I didn't come out here thinking I'd be trying to stop a 100-foot boat. As I started dumping my third mag into the 100-footer, trying to call their bluff, I heard Eyes run empty. He ducked down, dropped his second mag, and slammed in his third mag. Eyes popped up to a new spot to renew the defense of his ship, attempting to repel the pirate invaders. He had 3 full spare mags remaining for the 9mm. I continued dumping rounds, but tried to go slower. Nobody was dumping rounds on me, so time to figure out my targets more methodically. So I just kept pounding rounds downrange into where I thought the control boards would be for the 100-footer. It might sound like a long time, but when adrenaline is going and it feels like an eternity, you really pull the trigger fast. I was pulling the trigger several times a second, putting a lot of bullets into the front of that ship. I had to slow it down, but it was a challenge when I got laser focused on stopping the boat. The pirates were getting into the 100-yard range and decided to pull off. My barrel was starting to get hot, but I know my AR could take several hundred more rounds without issues like this, since it was only semi-auto. I couldn't fire semi-auto fast enough to do damage to the internals as long as I kept my AR clean. Although, being a piston system, it could get pretty dirty and work up for a long time anyway. The kill zone had, however, got too hot for the pirates. We were able to rain fire down on them, and they weren't able to do anything of note to us as long as we kept their heads down. That was pretty straightforward from up here, as long as we had ammunition. I dropped my third mag and slammed my fourth mag, leaving me with 3 mags left. I didn't care anymore at this point. The pirates were in the sweet spot for the kill zone. Eyes seemed to react the same way. In fact, in some ways it was better for him because they were getting into an even better region as far as his situation was concerned. The 100-footer began turning around, and I went to check on the other 8-footer to make sure it was turning as well, and it wasn't. I put a few rounds into it to make sure they got the memo. I heard Eyes dropping his third mag and getting his fourth mag out. This left him with 2 full mags in reserve. We were barely pulling this through. We were going to make it count. I immediately got my aim back on the 100-footer because I had a feeling when they turned we might be getting a face full of barrels. Either that or they would have their rear end exposed. I wanted to unleash everything we had at their rear end. That way they wouldn't know that we were at the end of our supply of ammo this time. As the ship turned, I noticed a rifleman. I quickly put rounds as close to him as I could, and thankfully he took cover. The boat completed turning, and I didn't see the rifleman again. I began shooting at the rear of the boat, with the remainder of my fourth mag a little slower, but deliberately. I was trying to find targets of opportunity. I checked for a brief moment, and the 8-footer and all the jet skiers were retreating for my side. I got another idea and started trying to put rounds in the engines of the boats. I didn't think I could actually damage the engines themselves, but thought maybe I could damage the fuel tanks. I tried to put a couple rounds in the 8-footer's engine, but it was already getting back out to 200 meters again. The other 8-footer that had bugged out earlier was already well out the 300-meter range. I dumped the rest of my fourth mag into the back of the 100-footer in its engine compartment, then swapped mags out. I had 2 mags left. I heard Eyes drop a mag and slam in a new one somewhere in there too. That meant he had slammed in his 5th mag with 1 left in reserve. His firing slowed, so I assumed his targets were moving out of range. I still wanted to put more bullets into that boat, but I didn't want to waste my 5th mag. I had no idea if I was doing anything. You'd think I'd see smoke or something if I was making hits on the engine or fuel. Eyes had stopped firing, but I started slowly and methodically firing into the 100-footer. I'd take a breath, exhale, take a few shots. Then I'd noticed that Eyes started doing the same thing. His shots weren't too far off. That was the great thing about 9mm, that if you were aiming for a car size, you actually could hit 300 meters if you absolutely had to. The target was larger than car size and still within 300 meters. We both slowly and methodically shot at the 100-footer until they all reached the 300-meter range. Then they stopped and turned around and waited. That just about emptied the mag I had, which put me on my last mag, so I swapped him out and Eyes did the same. He dropped his 5th mag and slammed in his final mag. I dug through my backpack for 9mm, and there wasn't very much left. I slid the box over to him so he could start reloading. I got out my box of what little 5.56 I had left and started quietly humming my song. It wasn't much, and I was soon finished. Funny enough, most of my mags still had a single round left, as my brain had learned long ago to count rounds without me even trying. I guess in my firefight, my brain had been telling me I was dry, and I'd been doing tactical reloads the whole time without realizing it. I poked my head up and thought I saw a little smoke coming from one of the boats, but thought maybe it was my imagination. I wasn't going to count on anything. I was worried at this point if I put my head up that I was going to get sniped. Regardless, they weren't going to be doing that plan again. They were going to assume we still had the same amount of ammo and try something else. They lost too many people and ships to bluff that again. Our only hope is that we had scrounged enough ammo out of these boxes and that we got some lucky shots off and that they don't just sit out there and snipe us. I'm sure not poking my head up again, though. I clicked the safety back on for my AR. I could hear the pirate vessels idling. I looked over at Eyes, and he was shaking a little bit, but trying to stay still. I shuffled my backpack to get his attention and startled him. Seems like the adrenaline was starting to wear off, and he wasn't taking it well. I made a motion with my hands as if to say, "I'm coming over." He gave an okay sign with his hands. I shuffled over with my backpack and gave him a bottled water. Told him to sip it slowly, which he did. He had finished loading his mags with the remaining loose 9mm that was in the box. I took the empty box and put it back in my backpack. I started trying to talk to him. "So they came in a wedge this time. That didn't work so well for them, did it?" He let out a nervous chuckle, then spoke. "Not so good, no. I decided that I was probably assigned to the second largest boat on my side, so that's what I opened up on first and took it out. I couldn't hit the smallest boats at all. I didn't bother with the jet skis. Every time I saw someone pop up on that huge boat, I would pop at it and try to keep them down. They kept trying to get their heads up, but I wouldn't let them." "Yeah, I saw that," I added. "Exact same thing happened on my side, but you're okay and I'm okay, and I estimate we maybe got a third of them, including their 2 second largest vessels. Maybe a few hits on the big one." I kept trying to put positive spins on it, even though I knew at this point we were essentially running out of time. All they had to do was... Then they stopped idling and started fanning out. "What are they doing?" Eyes asked. "Well, they know how many of us there are. They know our capacity. I'd say they're going to spread out and envelop us. They know we can't cover a 90-degree spread coming at us that fast. There'll be enough of them to board, and that'll be that," I answered as thoughtfully as I could. "What's your plan for this?" Eyes asked. "Well, generally, you try to pull them back into where their numbers don't count for anything and funnel them into another ambush. We were able to whittle them down enough to where it's feasible, and we don't give them anything to shoot at until it's too late. We would have to draw them in close enough to the ship to where they're huddled back up again, but the problem is they regain a lot of their advantages at that point as well," Eyes said. "So they'll have jet skis circling around, though, so how do we stay undetected? We can't be up here and be able to attack down there. We have to be down there, but we'll be vulnerable, and most of the bottom floor is outdoors and visible by at least one side. They'll be able to see in the tinting somewhat from some angles since the sun is starting to get higher in the sky." I responded, "You're right, but there is a spot on the first floor where they have no vision at all inside the kitchen. They can only board from one spot, and it's nearby the kitchen. The jet skiers can go around all day and never spot us if we're ducked down in the kitchen. Then when they begin to board, we can spring out and get them at their weakest. That's when they're trying to dock. They will be tethered up to the ship and have nowhere and no way to run." I admitted that actually sounded better in my head. If they tethered the 100-footer, then it would be like tethering a boat anchor to us, and we'd be overran. I don't think they'll risk their main ship immediately because they don't know that the Fear engine isn't recharged. Maybe there's just enough skepticism in the back of their mind to where they'll let some of the 8-footers go first, which will let us pick them off. We'll go prone when we advance, so we won't be a target for anyone else. In fact, nobody else will even know where the shots are coming from." I just really liked that idea. He smiled and nodded. He saw the same glimmer of hope I did, that there was actually an extremely slim chance of saving the ship. Maybe we could fend off an 8-footer, then hide or something. Maybe even capture a few weapons. Hold out a little bit longer, fall back to the hull. Hope the Fear engine was charged enough to shoo them away. I didn't think it was enough time, though. I think he said it took days for the prototype to recharge to max, especially since he fully blasted me with it. Could we hold out in the hull for days, or would they figure it out with so many people scouring and tearing apart the ship? My friends could come today, but if we didn't hold the ship, they could walk into an ambush. Or is it more likely they would just say to hell with it and burn the ship down with us and the cat inside? I pushed the negativity out of my mind. "Okay, we have a plan. The exit phrase is going to be parrot again, since we didn't have to use it the last time and we're still on the same op." Eyes nodded. It sounded like the pirates had completed their fanning out. Eyes gave me back the water bottle that he had finished and said thanks. He had calmed down a lot, which was good. Chapter 19, Resisting Pirate Spread. Mid-morning, day 2. We crawled back down to the stairs down to the 3rd floor, then got back in the yacht. I got my backpack back on, and Eyes got the yacht locked back up. As smoothly as we could, we got through 3rd floor, then through the 2nd, and finally down through the 1st floor. We could begin to hear the jet skis faintly humming. By then, they must be zipping ahead. I motioned Eyes to get down, and we crawled to the kitchen, where we have 360-degree cover and concealment from the jet skiers. Within moments, they are doing circles around the boat, trying to figure out where we were. I hadn't realized some parts of the plan, though, since I had to put them together so fast. Eyes must have figured it out first, because he scooted off for a moment and I heard a click noise, then he scooted back. I had to go and lock the door, Eyes said. Yes, good thinking, I responded. I thought about waiting until they got to the windows, then ambushing a set of them through the windows, but that would have given the next set too much time to respond and not enough time for us to get to them. Crawling over the glass didn't seem fun, and the noise report would give our location away anyway. Although first ambush would be a total surprise due to the reflective glass. However, if we were outside, they might see our reflections and shoot at those anyway and miss us entirely. Both ideas had pros and cons. I thought of a 2-stage, but they might see the 1st stage. I wanted to be able to focus all of our firepower directly into this area. I wish we had a 3rd person above us that could be waiting to fire straight down into them, but both of us were needed down here to be relatively safe for cover, move, and reload. Time was up anyway, so the decision made itself. No time to turn back. It sounded like it was just about time for the pirates to board. I heard the bigger engines getting closer, the 4 8-footers and the 100-foot trailing behind. I wanted to try to believe that the 100-footer didn't sound as healthy as it should. It was probably my imagination, and it didn't matter if they were able to capture the Anastasia anyway. I tried to listen all around to make sure there were no surprises, but there were motors from all around the jet skiers and several larger motors coming to dock. I motioned to Eyes that it was time to shuffle our way out to the windows to get eyes on the ramp and to get better ears as well. I was hopeful that the jet skiers wouldn't be able to see us. We wouldn't have a shootout as a last stand. If they got around us, I would call Parrot and we would fall back. So far, though, the pirates didn't seem to have some brilliant other plan to board. Don't know what they were thinking. I imagine they thought we were going to use the fear engine on them, so they would only send a few on board so they would trip it. Then they thought they defeated our kill zone tactic, so that would be the next thing. Well, I know Eyes here doesn't want to let them on the ship, so with that I heard some fumbling around at the dock entrance to the yacht. Eyes looked at me as if to say, "What the heck?" I imagined they were having issues with my Zodiac. I pressed a finger up to my mouth and pointed to my eyes and the direction to make sure he stayed focused. I imagined my Zodiac trying to defend the boat, getting in the way and impeding their arrival. It probably literally wasn't doing that, but it sure wasn't going to make it easy for him, especially since I had the hitch used up to tie the rope. I rustled my backpack to get Eyes' attention, pointed to him, and started a 3 count. He nodded, and I went ahead. I opened the door as quietly as possible, only opening a little bit so I could get through. I held it open so Eyes could do the same. He let it close gently, then we both shuffled to either side of the entrance, but back far enough away to where the pirates wouldn't have had line of sight to us from sea level. I quietly snapped the safety off my AR and waited. I could hear the pirates fussing just about 20 meters away with no clue that we were here. Me on the left side and Eyes on the right. They would be walking directly into another kill zone that they had absolutely no chance to deal with. I humored myself with the idea of rolling the water bottle out to them like straight out of a horror movie. Maybe get their attention to dramatically blast them away, but screw it. playing for keeps, needed to catch them completely by surprise. And it looked like we would. Jet skis still circled the boats like angry bees, but they had no idea where they were looking. Every time I saw one out of my peripheral, they seemed more excited about the fact that they were zipping around in the water. Occasionally they would hoot and holler, make sure they weren't smashing into each other. There was also a lot of taunting about what they would do to us, but they appeared to be trying to yell up at us as if we were still up on top. Exactly what we wanted. It sounded like the pirates finally figured out who would come aboard first and how they would get aboard with my Zodiac being there. I heard a pair of boots and then another pair and another. I put out my hands as if to say wait. We want as many people on the ship as possible. They're going to be stuck in a corridor where their numbers aren't going to count at all. Instead of sending scouts up to check the boat, it sounded like they were trying to get the boat fastened and to help people get on the yacht. I guess that makes sense if it was a boarding crew. I had no idea how to properly board and take over a ship, to be honest. They were pirates, and so I had to take their word for it that this was the best pirate way to do it. I heard what I thought was a fifth pair of boots, and then they started tethering the other 8-footer. They knew there were 2 of us, so they were going to send a 4 to 5 man team up to get us, while people helped the rest board the ship. By the time that team goes up, there would be another team to cut off any escape we would have had. So they think they have us cornered up on the roof. That explains it. Then I started hearing them say that they were going to go smash their way into the roof to get us to be their new torture buddies. And then heard the boots coming up the stairs. They were coming up in 2s, it sounded like. We hadn't really discussed what the go signal was, but I was beginning to trust eyes on this. The guy on his side was slightly taller than the guy on mine, so I saw a forehead pop up out of my peripheral vision and then a nose. Thankfully, the guy on my side wasn't much shorter, and I saw a forehead on my side. As soon as eyes got to a nose, that was it, and the head on his side vaporized with an associated loud bang. Oops. Excuse me. I was anticipating this precise moment and had exhaled with my finger on the trigger ready to go. The guy on my side had a similar head vaporizing issue as well, only slightly higher since I had less space to work with. I had considered tilting my AR sideways to get closer to the ground, but I didn't want to make the noise to adjust it at the last second and give us away. The surprise party had been thrown though, and it was time to fight through. We both scooted up in a second, before the rest of the group could react. The bodies were still falling backwards on them, and eyes and I had opened up. The people behind them both got several rounds. As did the people behind them, a total of 6 more went down. I got my legs under me and took a knee and saw there were some pirates on the boats that had been providing overwatch but had been facing the wrong directions. Before they could swing around and start scanning, I took the 2 of them out as fast as I could and went back to the prone and scooted to my side. I didn't see any more overwatch, and the 100-footer was still a little further out. There were precision shooters on that ship, but it was at a weird angle, since they were expecting us to be up on the roof. They were trying to come to bear, but it would take a few moments. Instead of converging on me, this caused the rest of the boats to scatter that weren't docked. Eyes found some cover, and from it unloaded into the other 8-footer that was docked and put 2 rounds into each pirate that was inside. Afterwards, he popped back down so he was covered. They were unable to react to him changing positions that had been anticipating me to come down the stairs. "Cover me for a second, I need to scavenge," I yelled. Eyes responded with, "You probably have 20 seconds, max." He popped up from cover and started firing down at the 100-footer, hoping to keep their heads down. Maybe to get them to veer off. The 2 remaining 8-footers were falling back to the 100-footer. I ran down to the stairs as fast as I could, started throwing every weapon I could find up the stairs. You're supposed to do this with someone covering you in case the body springs to life, but there was no way to do this with a 100-foot boat barreling down on your behind in a few moments. I got out my knife from concealment and started cutting off straps of gear. Some of them had AKs and some of them had ARs. I grabbed them all and tossed them up to the first floor up the stairs. I also cut the straps off all the chest rigs, which netted us a bunch of mags. I tried to get 2 rifles and 2 rigs for both of us in case anything didn't work. It felt like an eternity, but I tried to get it all done in about 20 seconds. "Get up here now," Eyes yelled. I assumed that meant he was empty. I clambered up the stairs and rounded the corner just in time for bullets to start flying. I rolled out of the way and got my modest little knife back into its concealed sheath. Ice dropped his mag and slammed in another. I think that meant he only had half a spare mag left and popped only his hand up to lay down some suppressive fire. I popped just my AR up and tried to guess whereabouts they were and laid down some suppressive fire of my own. I winced as incoming bullets started shredding the windows, but at least they weren't hitting us. With us returning fire, though, they soon took cover and the bullets stopped. I reached out and was able to reach an AK. I popped the mag out and it felt full. Racked the slide a few times, seen fine. Rocked the mag in, reached over and racked the bolt, cycled fine. Made sure it was unsafe and slid it over to Eyes. I did a pointer finger with my hand and tilted it to the side to show him where the safety was located. He gave me the OK sign and slid my pistol back to me. I wasn't expecting that, but I didn't mind. I holstered it and then I started cranking off rounds of 7.62x39 at the 100-footer. 9mm isn't really that loud, and neither is 5.56, as long as you're the one behind the rifle and not to the sides. But my head starts ringing once we get up to 7.62x39. Eyes was apparently liking this a lot, though, and didn't mind. I started unholstering all the AK mags I could find and sliding them over to Eyes, and he was having an absolute riot. This, of course, wasn't going to defeat the pirates, but they sure weren't going to be able to board with him doing that. I hunted around for AR mags and started loading my rig. I popped up just in time to see some riflemen starting to try to line up on Eyes and laid suppressive fire down for him. I got one of them and almost got another one before he took cover. This was perfect timing, which I assumed the pirates had planned for. Eyes needed to swap out mags, and the AK mags were about the size of the 9mm mags he'd been using. He dropped down and tried to figure out the new mags. I grabbed a mag and did a little rocking motion for him so he would understand it. And then he remembered watching me pull my bolt back all the time to chamber a new round, and he did that. And then we were ready to rock again. He'd been down for a few seconds and had been hearing the pirate boats idling. They weren't very far out from the sounds of it. I popped my rifle up and tried to shoot in their direction, and Eyes did the same. I didn't like it, though. I tried to get Eyes' attention, but he couldn't hear me. I threw something at him because I didn't want him to pop his head up. I suddenly imagined a firing squad on the other end. He looked at me like, "What?" Seems like he was having a good time. I motioned him that we need to grab everything and get back to the kitchen, that this phase was over. He protested, but I was adamant. I didn't like this at all. I put my AR on safe and grabbed everything I could and started shuffling back while Eyes covered me. Him watching me retreat, though, I think made him realize that he'd gotten a little overzealous. He popped his rifle up and took some more shots anyway. Partially to say we'll be back, but partially I think to hold their attention for as long as possible. We both scooted inside and hoped they didn't see the door open. Chapter 20. Survived the third encounter. Mid-morning, day 2. I shoved as much glass as I could out of the way so we could get into the safety of the kitchen in case they decided to just perforate the entire area. Eyes came in soon after, locking the door behind him. "Why did we retreat? We almost had them," Eyes asked. I responded, "That part of the op was done, which was an ambush. We weren't meant to fight them off at that spot forever. We need to fall back now that that op was successful and figure out what our next plan is." Eyes responded, "Yeah, I know, you're right. What are our options?" I answered, "Well, they're going to have a difficult time docking now. I had us pull back because they're running out of options. The less options they have, the more desperate they'll get, which gets progressively worse for us. They know we have more firepower now, and they're at about 50% manpower. They only really have 2 8-footers left in their fleet, and you really tore up their 100-footer apart with that AK. He grinned. I love this thing. Yes, those are very cool. By the way, don't forget to put it on safe. Oh yeah, thanks, Eyes responded, then flicked the paddle on his AK. Oh, congrats on the new AK, by the way. Sorry about the sling. We'll get you a new one. I trailed off as if I hadn't fully thought that through. It was just a saying that I like to say. Eyes responded back, don't worry about it, man. You've been amazing. We sat and thought. The jet skis had all rallied back around the 8-footers and the 100-footer, and they apparently are going over the final battle plan. I assumed it was whether or not to just ram us or burn us down or some combination of the two, because, you can't just leave us alone. I had assumed they wanted this as their new capital ship or a floating home base. At the very least, they wanted all the loot on it, but I wasn't sure that we had frustrated them so bad at this point that they were done. I'm sure that's what they're deciding right at this very moment. I was all out of tricks, honestly, because I didn't know what they were going to do. They didn't know what they were going to do. I had a feeling at this point they were going to have people with rifles pointed at all 3 levels ready to shoot anything that moved. I was positive that the second either one of us got a shot off, that the remaining pirates would have us completely dialed in. That's why they were sitting in range like that. They knew there was nothing we could do about it now. I motioned to Eyes and he nodded back. I pointed down to the hole. He nodded. I shut my red dot off and closed the lens caps. We grabbed everything and then shuffled back down to the hole. We can talk easier down here, and we don't have to worry about getting mowed down at all, I said also, to get some more thoughts out, and I continued. Also, I figured you'd like to get back on your cameras, since we were pretty blind up there just going by hearing. We can't shoot from down here, but we couldn't safely shoot up from there anymore either. Eyes nodded and went back to munching his cereal from earlier. I grabbed my cup and started munching on mine as we watched the cameras. He offered to top mine off, and I gladly accepted. Then he topped his cup of cereal off and got us both water bottles. We watched the cameras, and sure enough, they had riflemen pointed right at where we were. I walked up and snapped a picture with my camera phone and scrolled back to make sure it saved, and it had. It was a very surreal picture, not one I would soon forget. The cat came and started sniffing all of our gear, no doubt downloading all the new information into the cat's database of whatever. We both got a good chuckle out of that. As Eyes kept watching the pirates, making sure they weren't moving, I started rummaging through the equipment. Thankfully, I hadn't had cut many straps off the chest rigs. I laid them all out on the table and asked Eyes which ones he wanted. I'd been able to say 4. He looked at them all and pointed at one right away. I think this was also the one the cat preferred, which was pretty funny. I took the damaged straps off of it and started swapping out the good straps from the other ones. Soon I had a repaired rig and started putting AK mags into it. I put them upside down so they wouldn't get rain in them, since it rained in our wonderful state 9 months out of the year. I laid the empties and the half-fulls aside and filled the chest rig with as many full-ish mags as I could find for Eyes. It was easy to tell the AK mags apart. They were shaped more like a banana, or as we joked, the old state of California. Now California Free State, or whatever they called themselves. They were so band happy you couldn't even own these there unless you were part of the Cool Kid Club. But yes, these magazines looked like the outline of California. Also, instead of being copper, the casings were usually generally made out of steel. That ammo would eventually shred up an AR or something fierce, but AKs were just fine with steel casings. You didn't really reload steel casings, but this made them amazingly inexpensive to shoot. This made AKs and steel-cased ammo super popular before the collapse. Well, in between the country trying to ban the import, of course. Which meant there was still tons of the ammo post-collapse. So anyway, as I was thinking about that, I was parsing out the old steel banana-shaped, California-shaped mags with the steel-cased ammo into a pile. I had Eyes' new chest rig about half full or half empty, depending on which side of the barrel you were going to be on. I took a damaged strap of similar size and fabric and Went to I's new AK and did a couple of really strong and tight square knots, which I always had a saying for. Right over left and left over right. If you did them right, they ended up looking like a square. They were good when you had two pieces of rope that needed to go together that were equal sizes and strengths. I tied one side of the strap to one side of the damage strap and the other side of the damage strap to the other loose end. It gave some extra length to the sling, but not much, since much of the harness went into the making of the knots. The way the knots worked, the more they got pulled on, the stronger they got, so I added a lot of sling into the knot. The swivel points of the AK would break long before the knots ever would. I let Eyes know that his sling was repaired enough for now and showed him how to put it on like me. He really liked that. But then again, we were going in the wrong order, and he had to put his chest rig on first. He took his AK and set it down on the table and put on the chest rig. I helped him snap it in and get all the tangled bits untangled. It's a two-man job because it's pretty disorienting. I tightened some spots that were out of alignment from being from different sets, and within a minute I had it perfectly tailored to him. Feels like I'm not wearing anything, Eyes said. That's exactly the point. I let Eyes know, and then I said, no. Put your AK over you like this. And you can put your arm through like this, so. You can even switch arms if needed to go around corners on the other side, then loop the sling through your other arm. That was all too amazing for him, and he didn't know what to say. I decided I needed to slow down, so I said, tell you what, you need to fill the rest of your mags. How about that? I went and grabbed all the half-full mags and brought them over to him. These mags are half full. You need to consolidate them and get the full ones into your chest rig, okay? He nodded and got to work. I went to go get mine and do the same thing. My chest rig was full of empty mags from the roof, but there were a lot of full mags here. I could tell the difference between all my mags. I had a sticker with an AN on them for analyst. I started popping the rounds out of other mags and putting them in mine. I knew my mags would work, and I wasn't going to mess around with any of these other mags. I started humming the reloading song in my head. I showed Eyes how to pop rounds out really fast from the mags using an upside-down bullet. His mags were fine, but I noticed a bunch of the mags I had scavenged were all crappy knockoff mags. Either the lips would be too flimsy, causing misfeeds, or the mag catches wouldn't even be able to grab them. Should they drop, the flimsy lips would also warp and shower the area with bullets, so that was no good. Definitely had to get these rounds in my good mags. A few minutes went by and I had 6 mags reloaded. Eyes had been done for a minute or so and been looking at the monitors. He asked, hey, what do you make of this? Reinforcements? I looked, and it seems like there was a boat coming out of the east. No, I don't think that's reinforcements. Might be my friends, I'm not sure. But we can't pop out without getting our heads taken off. Can you radio them? Eyes asked. Well, we don't know who that is. As soon as I get on the radios, or whoever they are responds, the pirates could easily know, and they'll be able to pick them apart horribly, and it'll be on us, and we'll be next anyway. I said, well, do they keep flashing something at us? I responded, well, yeah, that's the long distance verification there. Oh, yeah, well, that's probably them. What is it? I just responded 3 blips, then nothing. 3 blips, then nothing. They stopped, though. Yeah, they stopped because we didn't respond. They're going to assume something's wrong. That's why they aren't switching to radios. They might not know there's a half fleet of pirates on the other side. If we went to radios, they'd easily be picked off. Well, Eyes thought out loud. I have an idea, Eyes, but you have to trust me. Eyes looked at me as if to say, what on earth could I possibly ask that would be untrustworthy at this point? Was all Eyes could say. Eyes, we need to get this ship turned on, and I'm going to start talking to the pirates over the PA system, but you have to trust me. Are you okay with that? I could tell Eyes was struggling with this, as if this whole thing could be leading up to me somehow tricking him into luring him out here, gaining his trust, and then a giant double cross. Eyes, we don't have a lot of time. I've done nothing but help you this entire situation. I'm sorry I accidentally led those bastards here. Before I could finish, he said, "Tell me that you don't want the ship. Tell me you don't want it." Let me tell you what I want, Eyes. I don't want them to have the ship. All they do is take and destroy. They are the remnants of a failed anarcho-communist ideology that was rejected by the very society that used them to get into power. They were a failure without leadership. They got leadership and promptly turned into totalitarian failures and rebelled against themselves and turned into greater failures. That AK was all of theirs, but now it's yours, not all of ours. They want the Anastasia to be theirs, but it isn't. It's yours, and it won't be ours. I'm fighting, so it stays yours. Those guys out there that are coming from the east will fight, so it stays yours. Eyes nodded slowly. He scooped up some keys. Let's go. Chapter 21, the final play, late morning, day 2. We made sure Kitty was going to stay in the hole, then carefully exited out from under the grand stairs. With no east-facing window here, there was no way to warn my friends. They were a little way away, unfortunately, anyway. As far away from the west window as we could, we kept low to the ground and scuffled to the crew offices, and then made our way up to the bridge. Eyes got everything turned on, and I felt the ship start to power up. I could feel the ship energized, and I knew exactly that I had to get the pirates' attention hardcore. It's exactly what I wanted, but I wasn't done. I knew they were scrambling. They were probably thinking, what are they going to do? Are they going to run? What's going on? I motioned to Eyes as we were both sitting down now where there was no way they could shoot at us, since they probably figured out we were up here on the bridge by the controls they could easily damage. Now, there was proof the ship ran. There was no way they were going to shoot at it except as a last resort. Okay, Eyes patched me through to the outer speakers. Eyes hit some buttons and gave me a microphone with a button on the side of it and then said, "Go for it." "Pirate fleet, I trust I have your attention. Hold down your horns if you can hear this. Repeat, hold down your horns if you can hear this. I have an important message for you." I depressed the button and then cackled to myself. This would get my friend's attention for sure. "Pirates, can you hear me out there? I want to hear that horn if you can hear me." I knew they could hear me because I could hear myself echoing from the powerful speakers. Before I could finish, I heard the 100-footer slam on his foghorn and hold it for a good 5 seconds. That's exactly what I wanted. You let my friends know about you, you genius. Talking as slow as I could to let my voice echo, to buy time and be heard clearly, I began my speech. Alright, glad to have your attention down there. So, as you can see, I got the little boat operational that you apparently want so bad. I thought maybe you'd finally calm down long enough to hear me out for a second. All I want is off the ship. I don't care about it at all. Coming here was a mistake. This got angry glances from Eyes, but I pointed to Eyes and I tried to tell him it was okay with hand signals. I've got to be honest, this ship creeps me out, so I've got a solution that works for both of us. Send your captain alone, and I'll exchange my prisoner, and I'll get back on my boat and leave. We'll pretend this never happened. Eyes was starting to get upset, but I was hoping he was starting to put the pieces together. I mean, he was literally sitting there with a fully loaded AK and like 7 spare full mags, so obviously I was bluffing. I hope he realized that. Pirate captain, hold down that horn if you agree to the negotiation. Otherwise, I can blow the ship with C4 and you get nothing. 2 minutes. Tick-tock. Eyes asked if I really had C4 on me. I would have rolled my eyes if it didn't give me such a big migraine to do so. I responded to Eyes, no, I don't really have C4 on me, but that'd be awesome though, wouldn't it? He nodded. You could swim the C4 over and put it on their boat or something. I responded, yes, I actually saw that in a really good comic book. We both kept listening and the boats still weren't moving, imagining throwing C4 in that asshole's boat with him and his pirates in it. I checked my phone. I think it'd been about 2 minutes. I addressed the pirates again. Avast, ye pirate captain. I think it's been about 2 scurvy minutes down there. What say you? You want this mighty fine vessel, or do you want me to scuttle this booty down to J.V. Davy Jones's locker room? I just need to hear you honk that horn, buddy. I waited about 30 seconds and no response. Eyes shrugged at me. Yo ho ho, pirate captain. That's too bad. I'm gonna go set the C4. See you in Valhalla, or, well, whatever. Anyway, see ya. Planting C4 somewhere where you can't find it. Bye. I let go of the transmitter and Eyes was cracking up. About 15 seconds went by and there was a big air horn from the 100-footer. He let it go a good 10 seconds to let me know that I definitely shouldn't be planting C4 around the ship. That got a good laugh from Eyes, and he quickly composed himself. I didn't respond at first, to act like maybe I was thinking about it or that I was far away from the mic. I wasn't sure how long to wait, and honestly starting to get a little tired. He honked again, showing his impatience. Hello, I said. Please send just the captain over. Let's negotiate my exit and your new flagship. I expect him over in 5 minutes. Out. Let's go, I said to Eyes. I have an idea. I gave the mic back to Eyes, and he put it back where it was supposed to go. Then we crawled back to the exit down to the 2nd floor, then carefully got back to the grand stairs on the 1st floor. We looked out, and my friends were very close, but I needed to buy them a little more time. They had veered off. I assume this was because they heard the foghorns, thank goodness. Eyes asked, what's the new plan, besides not giving up my ship? I'm gonna tell them some more things you aren't gonna like, and then he's gonna double-cross me, and then when I give the code words, I'm not afraid, you're going to blast us with the fear engine. Hopefully it's ready and all juiced up, since the main ship's engines have been running for a while. Eyes lit up. You're right. I'm not afraid. Got it? I repeated the code phrase to make sure Eyes had it. He nodded and then went back into the hole to prep the engine, and I went to the ship's bar to find some rum, just to be an ironic asshole. I went to the bar and found some rum and 2 shot glasses. In my search, I came across some absinthe and put that in my backpack as well. I took my find back to the dining room and sat in the middle with the rum and 2 shot glasses on the table waiting for Pirate Captain Jerkbag to come back to come on the ship and double-cross me. Chapter 22, Negotiating Nothing. Late morning, day 2. I heard a smaller motor come in close and some rummaging outside the dock area. I looked back and my guys were angling around the stern. Awesome. He wouldn't see them. He couldn't hear them either due to the massive Anastasia engines drowning out all the sound. Before I forgot, I went and unlocked a door and propped it open with a chair so the pirate captain could find it. I wasn't going to help him with the boats. That was his own stupid problem that his idiots caused. I went back, set my backpack down next to me, and tucked the straps in so I wouldn't trip over them, and sat down where I'd left the rum and shot glasses. I didn't actually drink, but oh well. It's all about theatrics and hospitality, right? I checked my phone just out of habit, flipped it around, and put it away. Didn't sound like the pirate captain was having an easy time with all the boats cluttered around the dock, but I didn't care. Within a few moments, the pirate captain arrived. I stood up and motioned for him to sit down. He tried to tell me to lose my guns, and I just laughed and told him to lose his. He laughed, we both laughed. He asked where the hostage was, and I told him he was tied up and he wouldn't be a problem any longer. The pirate captain then asked what stopped them from just rushing the ship and killing me. I bluffed again and said that with the hostage was the C4. As soon as I'm safely off the ship, he can go disarm the C4 and get the hostage. Otherwise, no ship, no hostage, no more captain. I said it as steely-eyed as I could, but I honestly didn't care. I had been BSing for so long, it was all just varying shades of sarcasm to me. In fact, I think he knew I was lying about something, but he wasn't sure which part. I had so many different things, though he wasn't sure which thing I was lying about. That seemed to make him more nervous. I said, "Hey, you look a little nervous. How about a drink?" He sneered at me. "You asshole." I searched for my bag, and he about jumped out of his chair and drew on me. "Easy there, champ. I'll go slow. Killing you doesn't get me anything anyway." I unzipped the top of my bag and showed him the top of a bottle. He calmed down. I pulled out the bottle of absinthe. His mouth about started watering as I saw memories start to flood back into his mind of the way things used to be. "Yeah, I thought so. So we have a deal?" I poured him and I a shot each, and he downed his and mine. "I think that's a yes, huh, buddy?" He wanted the bottle really bad, but I wouldn't let him have it. Of course, it didn't really matter, but it was symbolic. "The bottle comes with the ship, eh? Do we have a deal? You let me walk right here, right now." He paused. It was his turn to stall, and he was stalling. "No, you don't get to walk away from this. They're instructed to mow you down the second you go out there, whether I'm out there or not. Regardless of what you do to me, half of them care about the ship, but half don't." He continued, "If I get you to disarm the C4, great. If not, oh well. They will literally be equally happy to watch the ship burn. Half of them want me to make it, and half don't, so you're dead either way. Either you tell me where the explosives are, or I kill you and go looking," he continued. "Even if you have C4, by the way, as soon as they hear gunshots, they're instructed to swarm the ship anyway. Plenty of them left, and you can't stop them all." I nodded and responded, "Fair enough. I guess I'll take my chances swimming then, I guess." He nodded. "Okay. Before I give you the info, I just have one question." "Sure," and he shrugged as if what question I could possibly ask. The passengers that y'all took 8 months ago." "What about them?" the pirate captain asked. "Well, where'd they go?" He shifted uncomfortably. "I can't tell you." Like, dude, I'm handing you over a giant freaking ship that you spent who knows how many months trying to get. I could feel eyes trying to burn a hole through my head right now, but hopefully he saw what I was trying to do. "Something? Anything?" He hesitated and then spoke. "Yeah, there's an island, an old prison island. The passengers weren't hurt, though. They went there to outfit the building for something. That's all I know, man, but they're fine, though." He squirmed a little bit as if they were fine at the time, but he wasn't sure now. "They were all rich assholes anyway. Screw them. It's their fault all this happened." Oh boy, he's talking again. Time to wrap this up. "Alright, well, I'll tell you where the explosives are and the hostages are, and I'm going to take off. It's been real." "No way," the pirate captain responded. "You're coming with me." "Very funny," I responded. "So I can literally hand everything to you on a silver platter and get a bullet anyway? Do I look stupid?" Then the pirate captain responded, "Well, you'll just have to take your chances, because if you don't do it, I'm going to shoot you now and take mine." "Do it," I responded. "What?" he retorted, more confused than anything. "Do it," I challenged. "I'm not afraid of you." I felt the negative energy wash through the dining room, and the pirate captain started thrashing violently and threw himself to the ground. I drew my sidearm and moved in line to put rounds on target. As I got a closer look of what he was doing, I can honestly say it appeared as if he was trying to swat birds off him that were trying to peck him to death. I stood above him, about to execute him as he thrashed about when the waves ended and his thrashing began to subside. The doors to the dining room burst open and eyes came in. I got the hell out of the way as he rapidly moved towards me. I kept moving back, and became clear he was moving towards the pirate captain, thankfully. He spoke between each round through the chamber. "This, bang, is bang, my, bang, ship, bang, you, bang, killed, bang, my, bang, friends, bang. Eyes looked for a second and sat back down. I inspected the pirate captain, and there wasn't very much left, so I was positive he wouldn't be coming back. I kicked him over, and thankfully no rounds had pierced through him into the hole. Eyes looked indignant for a second, then embarrassed and relieved. I kicked the ex-pirate captain's rifle away, then got his sidearm out as well as his blade, and then started checking for concealed weapons. Once I was sure the corpse was completely disarmed, I sat down next to Eyes. Seconds later, it registered to the pirate ships that their leader had been killed, which instigated the dead men's switch, and they started to advance on us. I pounded on the table and to shock Eyes out of it. Let's go. He snapped out of it and nodded. We ran low through the rest of the dining room and crawled low through the kitchen. I popped my lens caps off and turned on my red dot. You know what to do, I said to Eyes. He said yes, and also, no matter what happens, thanks. That was all that needed to be said. We crawled back all to where we had performed the last ambush and prepared for the last 20 or so pissed off crazies. We each took positions, flicked off our safeties, and prepared to pop heads into what would probably be a certain hail of gunfire. Just then, I heard the most beautiful thing in the world. 5 simultaneous shots of 7.62 by 51. Go, 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 was all I could think to shout. I popped up and there were 5 bodies falling, all riflemen with no heads left. Eyes and I opened up. They were about 50 meters, and it was a mixture of confusion and disarray. Only seconds ago they were ready to shoot us the second our heads popped up, and now the executioners ceased to exist on this plane of existence. 5 mortal coils loosened, spirits sentenced judgment, whether they liked it or not, whether they believed it or not. About half of them simultaneously snapped their heads to their left to see what happened. Eyes and I took that opportunity to remind them that for the last time what a colossally stupid mistake that is to do. We took 2 down apiece before the incoming ally boat got off another volley. 5 who didn't take cover, heads dissolved into mist with thunderous report. At this point, the remainder of the fleet was in full panic mode. Their assault was over. Eyes and I opened up into the 2 8-footers, finishing everyone off who was on them. They had no cover, and it was a futile effort. I think I saw 1 or 2 try to jump into the water to get away from the gunfire, only to get pulled under by something. They didn't come back up. I pushed it out of my mind and kept firing into the 100-footer, and Eyes began the same. It was indeed smoking a little bit. I emptied the rest of my mag into the bridge. I had seen a skipper up there, maybe. I wasn't sure. The firing squad from our ally boat had decided to prioritize the engines of the 100-footer at this point, and each fired into the engines, which caused some horrible noises. It didn't slow the ship much, though. My mag was out, and I dumped it and put in a new mag. Eyes hadn't been firing into the bridge, into where he thought the systems were. Or he had. I started doing the same thing when I noticed this ammunition was different. I had noticed the tips were different word colors, but I hadn't thought much of it. Strange white-tipped ammo. Oh well, I thought at the time. Well, I don't know what they were doing with this ammo. Apparently it was high explosive tipped. I guess they were going to use it to blow us up. And now I was using it to blow them up, because as I was firing it into the front of the ship, each shot was making tiny explosions. It was hot enough to melt their circuitry and start some small fires. I emptied the entire magazine into the front of their boat, and it began to fill the cabin with smoke. It was finally starting to slow down between our combined efforts. When pirates tried to poke their head out, Eyes would switch targets to them. Our allies would also try to take shots at them also. If there weren't people in the ship, they seemed to be scrambling about. When that mag was empty, I dropped it and picked up another one. I remember this one, I thought to myself. This one had the strange green tips. I slammed the mag in and started putting rounds into the 100-footer, which had slowed but was still coming. Eyes rocked in a new mag and started putting more rounds into the smoldering area. That seemed to make the fire bigger. I was trying to fire up a little higher and to the left and right. I seemed to remember that green tip meant armor penetrating for some reason. The boat almost completely slowed to a halt. If their plan was to ram the ship, that plan was dead now. It had stalled about 25 meters away, and I could see some flames inside the ship. I'm guessing they either didn't have fire extinguishers or our friends to the right had shut out anyone who tried to put the fires out. Everyone left on the ship jumped out as fast as they could into the water to avoid getting shot. Bad move. There appeared to be some seals in the water waiting for them. I snapped a picture of one and then zoomed in. It looked like a harbor seal, but a little off. None of the pirates survived. There were a few people on jet skis still getting away. 5 shots went off and 5 jet skiers went down. 3 seconds later, there were 5 more shots and the final 3 jet skiers went down. I stood up and started covering the boat as best I could. Eyes, one last favor before the guys get here and help me cover the ship while I cut these boats loose. Will do, I said. The worst thing to do ever was to let your guard down when you think the mission's over. That's when nearly every mistake happens. Incidentally, that's when most people get in vehicle collisions also, is when they get close to their homes. I refuse to call them accidents. They aren't accidents, it's a collision. Anyway, so Eyes is covering me. We both have eyes on what's left of the 100-footer, and I don't see anyone moving on it. It's full of smoke, but I'm not taking any chances. It could have hidden compartments, or someone with a gas mask, or oxygen, who knows. Not me. It's not worth it, when we could just be careful for another minute. It would be just my luck. Someone springs out of nowhere in slow dramatic motion and nails both of us. With my AR up, I go down the stairs and check every angle, and don't see any bad guys hiding anywhere. I get my concealed knife out and cut the 8-footers loose so the guys can dock. I then took the boat and shoved them off. If the guys want to crawl the boats back later, they can, or at least collect the engines, but the priority now is to get friendly boarding team to dock so they can be safe instead of exposed. My Zodiac is still okay also. They didn't have any time to mess with it, and it hasn't been damaged by any of the collateral. That's good. I backstep up the stairs and get back under cover. I shuffle around to get Eyes' attention and wave him to the floor to tell him to get back down. He gets down and I give him a thumbs up and he gives me a thumbs up back. I calm out. This is Analyst. I repeat, this is Analyst. Who's out there? Over. Analyst, this is Frogniner. I have some friendlies. We got permission to board. Over. Affirmative. Your landing's clear on starboard side. I got one friendly with me. Over. Copy. Landing clear on starboard side and one friendly. See you in a minute. Out. I started speaking to Eyes. They'll be here in about a minute. You're free to stay with me and help me cover the landing until they get here. You can chill in the hole. It's totally up to you. I trust you to not zap them all with the fear engine. Eyes responded, if you trust them, I trust them. I don't ever want that to be used again. If this technology was ever to fall in the wrong hands, just imagine how horrible it would be. I agreed. You're right. Let's hope that never happens. Chapter 23. The Following Weeks. Home, Stronghold, 8 months after the collapse, late summer. It's been a few weeks now, and I'm back in my concrete cabin back at the farm from another successful mission. The 100-footer burned and sank without incident. It didn't harm the Anastasia at all, which was good. Also, I'm pretty sure no animals were harmed, as it didn't appear to be a massive environmental calamity, so had there been anyone left to protest, it probably would have gone unnoticed, so there was that. Eyes ended up grabbing the pirate captain's sidearm and ended up choosing that as his sidearm to keep. He decided it would be the best way to honor all of his fallen brothers and sisters, since that was the pistol that had executed them all. Eyes promised me it wasn't him carrying his guilt. He carried it like a badge of honor instead. I asked him why he didn't carry the ex-pirate captain's rifle also. He said it was because that guy's rifle was crap. I wasn't going to argue. You don't choose your rifle chooses you. We ended up with several boats, engines, weapons, and magazines as scavenged loot. We didn't end up with a lot of extra ammunition because most of it ended up in the ocean or in bad guy bodies where all good ammo belonged. Some of the bodies ended up on boats though, or when people jumped, they left their rifles on the boats. Frogniner's team went around and rounded up everything, so it wasn't much of a loss as it could have been. It actually ended up being quite a haul. Eyes ended up opening the little area in front of the ship, and we moved the salvageable boats in the front of it for him to hold on to. The maritime goodies sit in the hold now next to the Annie, Annie being the name of the blue hydroplane in the Anastasia's hull. Eyes and two of the guys took boats north to meet up with another group we have up there where he'll donate the extra boats back into our fleet. They should be able to patch the holes, and they'll have 4 8-footers and 2 20-footers along with matching motors for all of them. There was one troubling thing. Eyes went to go decommission the prototype fear engine and got very concerned. Apparently when he powered on the ship, it turned back on the ship's communications. That's when the ship's communications activated and the ship started broadcasting a signal. The signal turned on the fear engine's communications. We took a look, and it turned out all along that the prototype fear engine had been communicating to a server somewhere. You might be thinking, big deal, but here's the thing. So, normally, when we'd been trying to send anything out, no electronic communications were getting really anywhere. Ever since California, then California, then Washington, Oregon split off from the United States, nothing's really connected right anymore. But this actually connected somewhere. I pressed a diagnostic button to see what it would do, and the server was only a couple of IP address hops away. Maybe 6. I took a picture of it before it shut off. Seconds later, something hit a remote kill switch from the other side, then Eyes unplugged the whole unit and chucked it into the ocean to become another relic of this horrible chapter of our lives. I can't help but thinking this system and this missing crew is tied to something a lot bigger. Back in my concrete mini-home on the farm, reflecting on the situation, I started to think about Eyes. Eyes ended up doing fine. He actually lives in the harbor outside the stronghold and near you up north. It's kind of like a floating ocean base. Some people live on it with him that prefer to live on the ocean, either fish off it from it or help him keep it maintained properly. They all use the new boats he brought to fish, and it works very well. The whole new fishing community has sprung up because of it, and he have become the local hero. His crew and captain would be very proud. There's a crew of riflemen on board with him as the Eyes, and nobody even gets close that it doesn't pass near recognition checks. Epilogue. Before falling asleep, I noticed a new pair of small boxes on my nightstand that weren't there before. A sticky note attached to the box says, "Your updated share of the loot." I picked up the first one and looked. It was a 1X scope that had special solar panels on it to let light in and kept the battery running basically forever. The model of optic in the box was a rare collaboration between two companies. Instead of lines and dots, the standard reticle had been modified to a horseshoe shape with a chevron and tick marks for each 100 meters. The second box was the matching 3x magnifier with a side flip mount. I'd finally be able to make range shots like the rest of the guys, then we could switch back to my close quarters scope to kick some serious butt. This is what I'd always wanted, since I couldn't use normal scopes at all. I went to bed very happy with my great kitty. I drifted off to sleep finally. I had been having a hard time sleeping again. It used to be that I was able to immediately fall asleep, but now it was taking hours. Every night it was the same dream, multiple times per night. Massive civil unrest. People running around dressed up as nuns, shooting it out with cops and lighting them on fire with Molotov cocktails. Burning down entire buildings with people in them in the name of peace. Others dressed up as presidents and attacking anyone who even appeared to have a remotely decent job. I tried to wake up and try to live some semblance of a normal life, but it was impossible. I'd been unemployed for so long it was impossible to find work. They said unemployment was lower than it had ever been, but even with one of the best degrees you could get in over 10 years' experience, it was impossible to find work. Every interview they would say, "Why won't anyone hire you?" But they would never hire me. I was losing everything, but all was not lost. Then I would go to bed and it would be exactly the same dream. The exact same dream. Multiple times per night, and there was nothing I could do about it, yet I knew I would be fine. I know that with my cat huddled up next to me, comforting me, there was no way I could keep going through this torment. Even though I knew the day was coming, those dreams were going to become reality, and there was nothing I could do about the calm before the storm. I couldn't even sleep, and everyone else just kept living their useful, idiotic lives, trying to bury their heads and ignore the inevitable. It was coming, and there were things they could do, yet they chose to do nothing. Pure evil was coming to reap its reward. I tried to get back to sleep from the nightmare, and all I could do was hold my cat, and then cried myself to sleep. That is the end of book number 4. I am going to now read an excerpt from book number 5, The Preheated Mountain. Alright, this is an excerpt from book 5, The Preheated Mountain, book number 5. Chapter 1, Waking Up. Home subdivision, 6 weeks after the collapse. Late winter, early spring. I slept for a few hours, well enough, then woke up before my alarm. I checked my phone and I still had 2 hours left until I needed to get up. Some mornings I used to have to sleep for an extra 2 to 3 hours before I could get up. Would have to keep sleeping until I didn't feel like electricity was coursing through me. Other days I could only sleep about 4 hours total and was ready to go. It seemed like this morning would be the latter. I tried to sleep and was able to sleep for about a half hour before waking up and thinking I was late again. This happened several times, and in between one of the attempts at sleep I had a dream. The dream was a variation of a dream I had hundreds of times before. I was trying to get to the office to visit everyone. The office had long since let me go and never hired me back, leaving me to be unemployed since that was where most of my professional network was. The dream went into so much more detail, though. Horrific detail. We went to get on the freeway to go to my prior employer, and the freeway was jammed. 4 lanes in each direction, completely jammed. We were able to take a side lane where the traffic started moving easier, only get up to the barrier to realize people jammed on the other side wasn't through traffic. The congestion consisted of people being turned around ahead, with the consistent flow of traffic originated from the barrier. We pulled up to the barrier, and it extended across incoming and outgoing traffic lanes. The path being physically blocked made no sense, though. There was no issue down the road. Law enforcement simply wasn't letting anyone through to the city, and they wouldn't say why. We got turned around, and we were able to get me to the building to see my prior coworkers. When I got to work, my prior supervisor, the one that had cost me my job, promptly took my favorite hat with a sneer on his face. Even though him and I had a lot of friction at first, eventually we both learned how to get along. It had really upset me that he cost me my job in the end after a year and a half working with him. His judgment error cost him his career advancement, though, as well, and he never got another direct report after that. So he takes my hat with a mocking look and scampers off. I decided that I'll get my hat back later and go use the restroom. That's when I realize I don't have shoes on or socks. I go to the bathroom and realize every stall and urinal has been leaking water, and there's so much urine on the floor I can't use the bathroom without stepping in it in my bare feet. I keep going from stall to stall, checking the urinals, only to find one where I can step without getting my feet and pant legs soaked in urine and water. I finally find one, but that's when something starts dripping on me from the ceiling. The floor above me had a bathroom also and was leaking black slime that was getting all over me. It had apparently flooded and was now leaking down. No matter where I moved, the black slime continued to drip down from the ceiling and floor above. I went to the sink to try to wash it off, and looked down and realized I had socks and shoes on again. That's good, I thought, accepting the return of my footwear as if this was something sort of normal. I started washing the slime off me in the sink. Other people had been coming in and out of the bathroom and didn't seem to notice these issues at all. I woke up again for no reason in particular and thought I had once again slept in. I had 3 minutes left until my alarm was going to go off, so I pressed the buttons on the menu that told the phone application to shut the alarm off. This alerted my panther kitty, who tromped over to me loudly meowing good morning, and then started licking my face. I guess she liked the taste of my tears, the result of what got me to sleep the night before. I held my phone at an angle that wouldn't interfere with her grooming routine. If I interrupted the sleek black kitty, she would have to start all over. If I tried to stop her altogether, it'd make her extremely fussy, and she would take off and mess up my stuff. She was my therapy kitty, and we were going to be able to get through this. My normal phone routine was messed up since the area had gone to hell. Normally I would check my multiple news feeds, but that was all out the window now. I had removed the apps from my app launch screen, but not uninstalled them. It had been able to scoop up some final news clips off an open Wi-Fi before the internet got shut off, which I hadn't expected. I like to review the final news stories sometimes, but not right now. I went to check my calendar application to confirm my schedule for the day. My calendar worked offline airplane mode and took hardly no battery life, so it worked really well for me. I chuckled at it being called airplane mode when it should have been called SHTF mode. Oh well. Maybe if there's ever another update. It looked like I was scheduled for dawn patrol at my subdivision. The cat finished her morning routine of licking my face and kneading some of my muscles, and then hopped down to check her food and water. I crawled out of bed and began to get ready. It had been about 6 weeks since the collapse officially happened. There had been some initial resistance in the subdivision to having perimeter defense, but that went away when the de facto subdivision leader decided to go for a walk outside the secure zone. Security leadership tried to talk her out of it, but she refused. They offered to send security with her, and she refused. Having all those guns just makes you a target, she said sardonically, as if being ultra-condescending to us somehow willed her reality into existence. She insisted that nothing was wrong, and that she was going for a walk outside the perimeter, and there was nothing we could do about it. We had debated sending security with her anyway, shadowing her, but decided not to. It would have raised too many questions having security follow someone without consent, and we both needed and wanted everyone accounted for. Each one of us was extremely pivotal to the security of the subdivision. It was already a thin group, but there was 13 of us total, all with some variation of radios, some blisters, and some programmable, and even a few base stations, enough for everyone to talk on the common channels. 2 at each gate, and a few floating on internal patrols, 14-hour shifts, 2 rotating groups. It wasn't ideal, but it's all we had. Our security officer confirmed everyone was accounted for, and we had 7 on and 6 asleep. She left the gate, headed down the street, and never came back. Her cronies reported her missing several hours later and immediately accused us. They did this since she was the most outspoken against our armed security details. Surely we must have had something to do with it. They formed a search party, which we implored them to not go, but their minds were made up. We offered to send security with them. They declined, saying that we were probably the ones who did it. We tried to hide rolling our eyes at them and facepalming to at least show a little respect. They had believed what they believed, even to the death. Normalcy bias had overridden reality for them, and the only thing we could do is let them go. We noticed in the darkness that 2 of their group stayed behind, slowly coming to the realization that we may be right. The 2 sulked in the shadows and stood behind us, hoping to not be noticed by their likely now prior comrades. Both nodded to each other and quietly to us, that the smaller party laughed as if to beg us to not sentence them to doom by calling them out. We respected their reluctance and kept our silence in the best poker faces we could in the dark. Once the small group was safely away, the 2 behind us slinked back to their house. We reserved judgment should they decide to be more moderate later. With a silent nod to ourselves, we remembered to not tell them we told them so when their comrades failed to return. They went off alone, and only one made it back. He didn't want to talk about what happened, and we suspected that he left his friends to die in order to save himself. He went to his house, and we haven't seen him since. We heard he ended up resenting the 2 that stayed, as if they could have somehow helped, and that was that. The security group had collectively decided that we wanted to send patrols outside the perimeter, but we just flat out didn't have the people. The patrols possibly could have made the surrounding area a tiny bit safer, but it would have been at the expense of the subdivision's safety. Our entire security team had only the maximum members to do one or the other, not both, so we all had agreed to stay. The decision unfortunately hadn't helped anyone over the normalcy bias. Well respectfully planted some rose starts outside each of their houses, but couldn't think of much else to do. On their porches and doors, we used the dried up flowers, or the kids made cutout ones, and we promised we would plant her more flowers in the spring, but inwardly wondered if we would last that long. There hadn't been any animals in any of the now empty houses except for goldfish, which needed food and their tanks swapped out with clean water more often now that their oxygen pumps stopped working. The prior owners had been out of fish food, but someone who used to have fish decided to visit the houses daily with a little bit of fresh water from the creek and fish chow. In the spring, they could be moved outside, and we'd heard someone started digging an enormous fish pond in a piece of the yard that nothing else would grow in. Everyone else has stayed inside the perimeter since we lost those folks. We had gardens and chickens and everything, but it was really too cold for the gardens to produce yet. The homes with chickens and roosters stopped eating the eggs for a bit so we could get enough little chickies for everyone to get started as they put up more and more chicken fencing. The winters had been getting progressively nastier, and we'd had to deal with snowfall several times in the last 6 weeks. We joked about it and called global warming. That irritated some people, but we had got so tired of it being rammed down our throats in the prior to the collapse that it never got old. So I was getting ready to go to work, aka security detail. I got done putting on my warmest clothes that I had. I had a chest rig that a friend gave me. It didn't carry armored plates, but it had pouches for 6 AR mags and 5 pistol mags. Unable to shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen, I'd sold the last of my belongings worth anything prior to the collapse. AR prices were down, and was able to get myself a very good mid-range AR and completely deck it out with everything I wanted. It was very affordable at the time. I bought it, and even though there were great budget ARs, this mid-range one was really good. It had a collapsible stock and stubby foregrip that fit my hand just right. My AR also had a budget red dot sight that was actually surprisingly good. I could flick the color from red to green depending on the background. I usually chose red, but it was nice to have choices depending on the contrast. It also had a sling that was mounted on the side instead of below. This allowed me to have my rifle naturally hang instead of always wanting to be upside down. I reminded myself I needed to go find some Velcro so I could truly get it to hang off one side like I was supposed to. It had turned out I'd only bought one side of the Velcro, and it was sticky to boot, which didn't help it swivel like it was supposed to. The package lay half open until I could find the right type, maybe trade or something, since this type was useful to hang light objects on surfaces as needed. I had my single stack 9mm sidearm. The 5 spare mags for it sat in my chest rig somewhat loosely. I could strap them down enough, though, to where they weren't at risk from flying out. I did need to upgrade to a double-stacked 9mm somehow because of the capacity. My single stack had to make do for now. Between all of my mags for my 9mm, I had 40 rounds. About half were hollow points and half were ball, since I never knew I'd be up against, and self-defense ammo had been triple the price of the ball. That was 2 9-round mags and 3 7-round mags, and 1 in the chamber. There were double-stacked 9mm on the market that could carry as much in 2 mags. The guy on my team said they would keep an eye out for me, but they were proud I was as prepared as I was. Behind my pistol mags on my rig was my AR mags. My AR mags held 30 rounds apiece, which was normal capacity for the 5.56x45 ammunition. I usually put in 29 though, so they didn't jam. I could comfortably hold 6 mags, which gave me 180 rounds on my chest, another 30 on the 7th mag in my AR. That sounded like a lot of ammo, but in a firefight you could easily burn through that much in a minute or so. The idea is to either hold out for backup or use that ammo to get to the main ammunition storage to keep fighting. In a fighting load, there were people that carried as many as 8 or 10 magazines if they were going for 5.56x45. That bought you a little more flexibility, but you didn't want to carry that much all the time. It helped to know what situation you were actually going to be running into, so 6 mags was generally a safe number as long as you had help and resupply nearby. I finished suiting up and put on my winter hat, checked my cat's water and food, and kissed her on the head. She liked that and headbutted me in the chin and then squawked at me. I tousled her hair a little bit and then remembered I needed to grab my radio. It was sitting in its little cradle staying charged. My radio used almost no power and took up almost no power at all to charge. I'd had this battery backup system for when we used to get really bad storms. The plug port going into the system had become loose, so it was difficult to charge. A mechanic tinkerer friend in the group had fixed it for me. I could charge this unit up off any 125 volt 15 amp wall style outlet, which a lot of vehicles came with these days. So one day another group was letting their mobile command center idle that had passed through, and they let me charge my storm survival system up in there. Up until that point, I had just been charging it little by little in people's vehicles that had the outlet built in. That was enough to keep it going and thus keep my radio going. I need to find my own inverter and charge controller someday. In the meantime, this solution was great to get the unit back up to full charge, though. That would keep my radio charged for years. The unit had wall-style outlet port on it too, which was one of the reasons why it was so useful. The radio's cradle also had a light on it, as did the power adapter, so I always knew when it was charging and charged. It also blinked furiously if for some reason I put the radio in the cradle wrong, so it's a pretty fail-safe system. I had the radio equipment and store machine set up on my tote full of survival magazines. If I ever had to bug out, this is all that I'd need to come with me, as long as there was room.